past
Oh,
go time. Oh no. Make sure my phone is off. I'm almost guaranteed to get a call from my dad during the stream. So,
yeah.
all right. So, I know I bought these last time. Fortunately, it's kind of a waste of money, but you can sell these back. I hope. Okay. That went up. I went up and found alternates. And then I modded the alternates. Colossus is still a good option, especially we can get it working with the other header that other mod does. But I also made the hold capacity quite a bit higher, as well as the discharge rate, so they can offload faster. And the other mod comes with a trailer, and the trailer, I believe, I haven't tested this yet, of course, but the trailer can automatically cut the sugar beets. All right, I'll worry about that in a bit. We do need. See, there's the new one right there, Vauxhall. It holds 10 million. As far as wheels go, don't really care. Color wise, fortunately, the colors, there's no way to change the red metal grate color. And I don't know how colors work. How you actually change the color of stuff. So
Good thing you corrected yourself there, because I was totally gonna skew off on a spiel on how colors actually work, scientifically speaking.
I mean, I know how colors work. I just uh,
Oh.
and main color pearl white, design color blue, rain black, red is. As today is harvest day, and oh boy, do we have a big harvest! Like, whew, it'll be a crazy harvest. Get some headers. Go with. There is the Titan Draper is by far like the best. Although, let's see. Okay, so the New Holland. I mean, there are wider ones, right? 15 meters. Um, this is the articulated one. which is 15 meters, but I want to. All my other ones are Titan, the Drapers, and 13.7 meters is okay. What's 2 meters? Okay, so we want this. Mine is pearl white. And okay. Now, oh, I said one too many words. Cat was like, I'm out. All right. So we have 2 fields when we fast forward a day here. I didn't do anything in between streams, so this is literally the first time I've opened this in between streams. So fast forwarding the day will tell us exactly how much money the last day's worth of production costs, because I can tell you it's not going to be cheap. We have a lot of things going here. Yeah, quite a lot. Let's get this, and I would like to get grapes going today, at least started, so we can work on that. Because I need to, for one, I need to test to see what my values are, because I bumped up harvest yields again. Because I don't mind harvesting, the work that it takes to put the grapes in and to mulch them and fertilize them, because it's all manual, right? Very easy to do, but, it's another thing that, I can have the OS do. We can just get some help on workers and we can buy a bunch of equipment. And, yeah, we can make sure we learn how to do all of that. Where to put them? I'm thinking in this little AB square right in here. And then we can have, because we own all of these as well, but we can have the grapes here, maybe a shed for all the equipment over here, and then we can test out the grapey grapes. Now, are we ready to fast forward a day? Let's check our animals, make sure they have enough food. You have food. You definitely have enough food. Can you check the... Yeah, can you check the eggs?
I'm still eating.
Okay.
That one's pretty close. I'll get it.
Well, it looks like the eggs have... Yeah, the eggs have plenty of space available.
Okay. Good.
And amazingly... Yeah, okay. So... Yeah, that harvest, everybody. If you want a crazy harvest, this middle field here, we harvested on Saturday, and it was cotton, and we probably pulled 450 or something. I forget even what it was. We'd have to go into all the harvesters and count them all up. But this here, all this cotton. This is like less than half. When I started piling up this cotton here, Oz was doing way more runs of cotton, and I started sort of stockpiling it up here because I knew the factory itself was going to fill up, and there was just no way that we were going to be able to store it all in here. And let's see, there's still 2.2 million cotton in here. We could offload another thing of clothes. That might be wise. Or at least, let's see, clothes, turn that off. And let's do, closes off, so let's do a spawn there. And find ourselves a truck with a trailer somewhere. Oh, is this one? Yes, there's one. Because, yeah, I'm guessing, because the previous month, to get to April, it was like 1.2 million for the manufacturing. So 1.2 million is what the cost was, which was kind of crazy. Well, I didn't think that was going to stick out that far. Holy cow. All right, that should fill up relatively fast. Close for all of the people. There we go. Now, yeah, that cotton harvest. I mean, we could just straight up sell that cotton, and it would be like almost $2,000 per 1,000 liters. Yeah, $2,000 per 1,000 liters, and it is. There's 20,000, so there's 20. So that's 40 grand for just one of those bales. 40 grand for one of those bales, and we have many of the bales. So, yeah. But it costs, if you kind of caught that production. So the closed production is $120,000 per month. The cotton is $43,000. So all told, it's like $160,000 to run that production. So yeah, we've got to continue selling stuff and things in order to, you know, keep us in the black, so to speak. Okay. Let's turn on close again. Storing. There we go. Did I spit out another box? I didn't. Okay, good. So you can see the fabric cotton, it's bouncing back and forth out of space running. That is actually taking a little bit of time. So if we just turn that off, the clothes actually run a little bit smoother. And we have 1 million fabric in there, which is enough to fill up, just barely fill up the clothes again. Right? So the fabric will drain all the way, and then when we get up in the morning, clothes should be full or full-ish, and then cotton or fabric we can enable again and just continue processing, because that's what we need to do. All right, should we do anything with grapes before I fast forward? It's kind of late in the day, 1600, which is what, 4 o'clock? I do not know. I'm a lot less confident on grapes without coffee being around to actually manage it, because he was the grape master. Okay, let's just fast forward time. Get up extra early. And then we can start the harvest. And while the harvest is going, we can look into getting grapes. So, oh, wow. Only $300,000. I was expecting much higher. I was expecting it to be in the millions of production, but maybe we just did not have that many productions going. Possibly, maybe.
Is it possible that it doesn't account for production that occurred throughout the day? It only does it for ones that are active when the day passes?
No, it should accumulate in the background. It should be accumulating all of those values. Basically, it should be just be like, all right, we have a bill due, and it should see them all. Okay. So we now should have 2 enormous fields ready for harvest. We have this one over here. Oh, it's a long ways away. Doesn't really matter which one we start first. So this one is oats. That is going to be an unholy amount of oats, by the way, everybody.
Excellent.
It's going to be 4 or 5, at least maybe even up to 7 million liters of oats. I don't know. In single player, when you run up to a field ready to harvest, it actually tells you what the like expected yield is. But it doesn't do that in multiplayer, which is sad because, yeah. So this is canola. This will be really, really handy. And this is going to be, again, an unholy amount of canola. So let's hop in one of our beastly guys here. Let's give her a clean. And we are going to rely a lot on workers for this. I don't know where this little bit here came from. This is weird. Like, why is this not planted? I do not know. It is very bizarre. I hope that doesn't mess up my harvester at all, but odds are it will. Is that the right width? 13.5 meters? It sounds right. So it must be. Wait. Do we want straw? Do we want straw? That is a good question. Let's say no. This is going to be way too much.
I was gonna say it's kind of an ungodly amount of extra work.
Well, I mean, it's not if you can use course play. We could have used course play to pick up the straw. That's not a big deal.
Fair.
It's just a lot of time, because then you got to wait for the straw to be picked up before you can plow it. Maybe we could do straw for oats or something. And then I can use course play, get one more harvester and do 3 harvesters on that one field. In fact, well, if you're still eating, never mind.
Actually, no, I'm good at the moment.
hop in one of those new, like the brand spanking new harvesters,
All right.
and go to the oat field and do one headlands around the field. Just one run, just one lap around. Harvest one lap around the field.
Attach the Jinkima thingy here too? Or...
Well, yeah, you need one of the headers. The Titan Draper headers. But it's just always a good thing. And then there's a one key that you have to hit to drop straw swath. I think it's comma.
It's kind of weird because it has a thing hanging off to the side. You attach it to the front, right?
Yeah, the Titan Draper is its own header trailer. Okay? Because normally you cannot run around town with a 60-meter wide header on the front of your combine. So you have to have a header trailer to put the header on to drive it out to the field, and then you attach it. So when you attach the Titan Draper header with it selected, you select fold, which is X, and fold will fold up the trailer portion of it, which will get rid of it'll fold the wheels up. It'll get rid of the trailer hitch thing that sticks out from it.
Okay.
Normally, you have to put it on another header trailer and then do that. But I like the Titan Draper because it is its own header trailer, so you don't have to deal with a header trailer at the end, which is really, really nice.
All right. And you wanted me to do one headlands on oats, just
one lap around the whole field and then stop. And I'll figure out, because I need to get one more. I want to do a 3. I want to do 3 on that, and right now I'm getting this field up and running here, so this is going to be an intense amount of harvest. Probably gonna, it would not surprise me if we filled both of these up. And now each one of these Colossus harvesters can hold 2.5 million liters of grain, which is a little crazy. And yeah, when I was Googling to set the prices for all these with current modern prices, discovered that canola, the market for canola is largely out of Canada. Like the US really doesn't have a futures market for canola. It's all out of Canada, which is kind of weird.
Do we want straw swath?
Yes, you want to hit that. You want to hit that.
Figured as much, but
because when I set up a route with Courseplay using the 3 harvesters, I can set up a route I can use that exact route with a straw swath pickup guy. And I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that if I set the swath pickup guy in the middle of the 2 outside ones, that he'll be able to pick up 3 at a time. But I'm thinking probably not. And in that case, what I can do, which is a little crazy, is I can use that Swadro, that super wide windrower, and I can get that out and then move that into the middle and then just automate the automate the pickup of the straw. That way we don't have to fudge around with it at all. Okay. No, not Q. Stupid thing. All right. Now, hire worker, and you are good to go, sir. Now, that is ready to go. Then I need to jump back over here. And over here. Because what this oat harvest will get us is a lot of raw ingredients for flour, as well as cereal for, you know, the oats for cereal. So you can you know, guarantee that a single straw pickup forage wagon thing would work if you use headers that aren't as wide, but then it just takes forever to finish the field because, yeah, reasons. Okay, this, buy, tractor, harvester, do this. I try to always pick the same options. Just because, you know, there's a consistency to it, right? So grab that. And let's run back. That is a lot of cotton. That is an enormous... I mean, even selling the bales, that would be several $1 million worth of cotton right there. That's crazy. That is a crazy amount of cotton.
Crazy cotton.
Crazy. So the middle one here, yeah, I think that would be too far away. I wonder if there's a way to... if there's a way to do the straw or the straw swath pickup thingies where you can guarantee it'll be in the middle of the two, but anyway, I'm not going to worry about too much right now. The reason I had you go around the outside is when you use course play, it tends to miss a bunch on the very outside headland because it doesn't do sharp corners very well for the headlands, and yeah, it tends to kind of do badly, in fact. What is going on over here? What the hell? Oh my god. Yep. That is rather amusing. Okay. All right. I knew it. I knew this was gonna mess this up. This is hilarious. It's like, oh, I don't see the field. Do you see the field? Let's continue onward, sir. Yeah. Hopefully it hits this part and then comes up to here, but we'll have to monitor it and see. That's just hilarious. I don't know why that gap exists. It shouldn't. Technically shouldn't exist, but it is what it is. Okay, let's prep this. And X, fold that in. Now I need to unfold the actual thing. Beautiful. I love it when it unfolds like that. My favorite part. Makes me feel like I'm in a transformer. Okay.
I saw a TV show. It was a cartoon, but it was not really a kid's cartoon. And no, I don't mean adult, sexy time cartoon or nothing either. But they have characters in transforming cars, and it transforms, and meanwhile they're inside, so blood just gushes out the sides.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Whoops! Should have told them to leave first.
Oopsie. All right, so he's on his way up.
I could have gotten a little in more, but I brain spaced it, so.
In more. Do.
Yeah, the header is, or the equipment's hanging off the side a little.
Hopefully all my bees are helping with the yields. You don't even know. Like, you put the bee down and you put them down and it's like, well, I hope they work, but they don't actually report like yield bonus. They don't report a yield bonus at all. So anyway, now he's on his way up. So this is gonna be a big field and a big course play Duvalaki. So I am hoping that it doesn't completely crash on me like it did on this field once. I don't know. I mean, I was able to generate a field or generate. I think the last time I tried, it was because the field wasn't like finished. You know, the field was only I only had done the outside and the inside wasn't plowed yet, so it wasn't. I don't know. And he goes, oh, look at that. Jesus, that's God damn. Just this string of straw comes out the back. All right. Let's see. How much did you pick up on that run? 600 and
25.
Well, no wait. Yeah, 648,000 oats. Damn.
Yeah. Already quarter full.
Okay, so we're gonna do this, and we're gonna line it up like right in here. Okay. Now I'm going to save it. So be prepared for a major hitch. And this is course, or this is field. That's one. Field 1 is in the middle. No, we can make this field 2. Yeah, we can make this field 2. No course. Multiple tools, 3. Number of headlands, 1. Headland corners, smooth. Headland direction, clockwise. Headland overlap, 7%. Field center, up row direction, automatic. Rows 2, skip, 0. Rows per land. Okay.
I'm gonna take a bio break.
Multiple tools, that's right. Okay, and generate. Please work, please work, please work. Yes! Yes! First waypoint, this one's going to be on the left. Copy. Course. Create new folder. Field 2. Save course. This will be 3x harvest grain. Okay. 3x harvest grain on the left. Not nearest waypoint, first waypoint. No. Let's just back off. I just want to see where it goes. First waypoint. I want to just hit play. Now, since he already did one headlands, this one won't pick up, which is why I wanted to start with this one. Because this one will actually... That one's already going to be full, or whatever. So this one... We're going to paste. This will be center. Oh, there we go. And then play. What the hell are you doing? Nearest? No. First waypoint. Good lord. And then... Oh my god. Disable straw. Okay. I had to remember to turn on the straw swath. What the hell are you doing? What the hell is this? And why did that other one stop? Why did this one stop? Blocked by object. Oh my god. Ah, Jesus Christ. I gotta go get a tractor, get a forage wagon, come out, pick up the damn fucking forage. Because when you leave a giant pile of straw in the middle of the thing, lo and behold, they don't know what to do about that. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Why did this one suddenly start going weirdly back and forth? That is just unbelievable. Cat, no. What are you doing? No. Cat, you just kind of made your way on up here, didn't you? Yeah, I think Oss like randomly stopped in the middle of the fields, adding a giant pile of straw. Whoop. Just a cat is what you are. Okay, let's actually see now if let's try this again. And let's hope he doesn't swerve back and forth again. There we go. Now, this is a two-handed game, and I don't have an extra hand to pay you. So, it just is what it is. No. Why are you folding up? That makes no sense. Okay. Yeah, I hear the purrs. I hear the purrs, but I don't have a third hand to pet you with. I'm sorry. um, yeah, I need to set all their speeds too. But let's get this done first. Make sure the actual field is ready for them. In this, I can do one hand. Yeah.
Should I ask?
Well, the cat jumped in my lap and is expecting attention.
Yeah. I figured as such, but out of context quotes.
Yeah. have to pick up the straw swath because there are a few spots you left a giant mound of straw, and the AI was like, nope, blocked by an object." And I'm like, "Oh shit." So this first run, I'm just picking up. It's a big field.
The north side, I had it all lined up and ready to go, but I must have fudged something up, like getting out of the vehicle or something. So then it got offset a little, and then I missed a tiny part. So I had to. It took me a sec to realize, so I stopped, and then I'm like, "Oh, dang! It's throwing stuff out the back. What do I do?" And I did the wrong thingy.
Interesting. You must have button mashed on this side because you changed the straw swath twice. It looks like.
Yep.
Button mash. Panic.
That section, I'm not sure what it was. The right in the middle of the row. When it was getting close to the end, I was cognizant that it was going to create a giant pile, so I just shut it off quick.
Isaac, yeah, we got lots and lots of workers. I've got 5 workers going right now. When we were harvesting that middle field last stream on Saturday, we had at one point 7 workers in the field at the same time, plus an os. So we had basically 8 workers in the field, because os counts as
It's true.
his AI could use a little bit of tweaking.
This does not compute.
Hey, that is a zipper, not a chew toy.
Cat logic,
Oh,
anything
man.
is a chew toy.
Yeah. Yeah, this hoodie is a dangerous thing too because it's got 2 strings coming off the hoodie, you know, to tighten the hoodie. It's got 2 strings, and a dangling string to this cat is irresistible. So I have to be careful with what she sees. But didn't expect her to chew on the zipper part of it.
No one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
All right, so the canola is going strong. What do we want to do? God, these things haven't even gone around the field once yet. Oh yeah, I need to set up the speed. So let's hop into this one and go to CP. And set the speeds here. So 43. There we go. 43. And then this one. Set this one to 43. 43. And then this one.
I'm pretty sure he's just
43.
listing random numbers.
43. Well, each vehicle saves its own settings for the course play, and you have to set their speed individually. Oh my god, cat here. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, you're looking at me like, who, me? What did I do?
And Alex commented that he wasn't sure if there was going to be a stream today. Well, Buggy tries to keep it consistent. Wednesdays start at noon.
I understand where he's coming from, because I originally had jury duty this week. And
yeah.
so when I said I wasn't sure if there was going to be a stream today, well, like, when was it? It was like Saturday night or something like that. I got a text that it was canceled. Jury duty was canceled. So, whoever it was that, you know, that was in trouble, obviously pled out, or the case was just, whatever reason, for that to happen. Interesting. Yeah, this is gonna miss a little bit of a corner. Holy big mound of straw, Batman. What? Where are you going? Okay. Yeah, he's doing something. This is something. Okay.
Technically he's right.
Can you hop in that wagon and what the hell is this thing doing? Okay. Oh, there he goes. Okay, good. Woo! Yeah, that was kind of crazy.
We're
Yeah.
south side.
Yeah, way down, southwest corner. Don't forget you're not picking up anything on your way down there.
I'll pick it back up. I'll turn it back on when I make my way up. I figure may as well tackle that now, get it out of the way, and then I'll.
Yeah, but you're gonna have a third run on the way back up. Yeah, see how this thing is drifting back and forth? I don't understand why that happens. Because the Duvalaki, the words I'm thinking of, the edge of the field is perfectly straight. There's no weird drift in the thing, so I don't know why this thing drifts like this. It's not really speed related. It's just, I don't know. It's a bizarre mystery. Okay, so pick up the straw. Let me grab. How many oh, there's another wagon. Okay. I know we have either 3 or 4 forage wagons.
I think 4.
I know we have 4 rock pickers, but the forage wagons, not so sure.
I think we did, but yeah, I mean, I certainly could be wrong.
Alright, so this little guy, I'm pretty sure he's not going to be able to grab all 3 rows. I would need one. Of course, it's not long enough, but yeah, if I just did a test here on the middle, you can see it's just on the other, like 6 more meters, and I'd have it. But meh, whatever. We can have a few forage wagons working on the field. That's fine. So we're going to do delete. We're going to paste. Paste. Why can't I paste? Temporary course. No temporary course. We're going to go to this field. I need to select this field. I can't paste the thing. Copy course. Temporary course.
Do you want me to keep going back and forth?
No, we're gonna have.
Okay.
Why can't I? Why can't I do a thing? Copy course. Why can't I paste? 3x. Clear current course. Change mode.
Boy, my cell phone just does not want to hold a charge anymore. Now I got to make a decision: new battery or a new phone.
What kind of phone is it?
I honestly can't even remember the brand. Something weird.
Okay, so it's obviously not an Apple phone.
No.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
new
'cause most of
batteries.
those-
You know, I know. I had a family member. They just, they had an Apple phone, but they went to Best Buy and for like $60 got a brand new phone.
Yeah.
And I mean, a new phone is hundreds of dollars, so $60 for a new battery is not really too much to ask, but okay.
I think I got this phone for only like 150 in the first place.
So we could probably, let's see, if we did the math, 13, these windrowers are 20 meters wide, right? The harvesters are 13 and a half, I believe. Let's verify that before I do too much math. The Titan Draper is 13.7, even though it detected as 13.5. So we'll keep the 13.5 because it gives us a little margin for error. A little bit of overlap didn't hurt anybody. So 13.5 is 27 plus 13.5, 30, 40.5 ish, which is damn close to 40. So 2 of these, of the forage wagons, could cover about exactly the same width as the harvesters. So where did Oz? There's Oz. So I'm going to need to define. Let's save it again because I don't want this. Okay. So temporary course. We are going to open course thing. Multiple tools. Number of headlands. See, this says working with of 21. That doesn't sound right. Purchase. This is a forage wagon. 20. It is indeed 21 meters. Okay. Well, that's perfect then. That's perfect. Okay. Temporary course. Open course thing. Multiple tools. We have 2 tools. 1 headland. Start work on headlands. Smooth corners. Headland direction. Blah 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 blah. Island bypass mode. I don't want any bypass mode. Fingers crossed. Here we go. Generate. Please work. Please work. Please work. Yes.
Fucker moment.
You just never know. You never know what it's going to be. Okay, and we're going to go to here. This is field 2. We're going to save this course as 2x straw pickup. Right? 2x straw pickup. And we're going to go back and we're going to clear that. 2x straw pickup. We're going to copy that. And we're not going to go nearest. We're going to go first waypoint. This is the left side. And we're gonna hit that. And it should start to run there. And then let me hop into that OS.
Sure thing.
Get us over to the very start. And then paste. Paste. What? Paste. No. Not grass mow job. Course. Straw pickup. Load course. Activate. Back. 2x straw pickup. This is going to be on the right side. And go. First, I already have the first waypoint. Good, good, good. Where in God's name are you going? Oh, he's realigning himself. Okay. Okay. Let's see what he does. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. He's thinking. He's still thinking. There he goes. Oh, is he? Yay! Now let's see if he can avoid collision. Okay, good. I was gonna say, let's hope he avoids the collision with the damn harvesters. And how fast is he going? 37. Close this. Let's look at. I mean, 37 is fine. I think having it a little slower. Let's see if can we bump this up. Let's bump it up to 40. It's going to be a little, I think, slower than the harvesters, which is fine. This guy can definitely kick it into high gear. And again, they're swerving back and forth. I don't understand why that happens. You can even see the tires moving back and forth. Why? Anyway, I'm just, as long as it doesn't completely wig out on me, I'm fine. Okay. So the straw is being picked up auto-magically. Now, how are we doing? Oh my God. You're not going to believe, but both of these damn harvesters on canola are completely full.
Oh, damn.
2.5 million canola. So that is, by the way, 5 million canola. So we're gonna back this guy off, and we're gonna go like that. So he's ready. We're gonna take this guy, back him away because they don't know how to not drive on there. All right. So I have a set of these TARDIS wagons here. That's 6. Yeah, that is a total of 6 million. I just need a damn tractor. There's one. Okay, let's go empty these out. The first 5 million canola. I mean, I knew this field was going to yield a lot. And I got to get these emptied before the oats fill up, because you know the oats are going to fill up. We have 3 on that. It's going to, yeah, it's going to fill those up, I have a feeling. Where is this stone? This is a massive, massive field. Each wagon here is 2 million, I think. Canola. Blocked by object. You want to check that out? I'm assuming it's going to be... Yeah, we got a snarl on the bottom of the thing. Just back one of them away.
Alright. Is it as simple as just dismissing and then...
Yeah, whatever one is blocking, dismiss, back it away.
And just hit the play button on course play? Or do I need to reset it?
You need to... it's a little bit more involved than that. You need to make sure that it is set to nearest waypoint. As long as you don't move it too far off or you reline it up to where it was, nearest waypoint should work. You know, make sure it's pointed the right way. Is as close as you can get it to where it originally was blocked.
Okay, it looks like it's...
But yeah, nearest waypoint, when you change it to nearest, it should pick up where it left off.
No, it looks like it's going back over top of something it already hit. Well, what the heck?
Let's see. What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What the hell are you doing?
Me or...
What? Yeah, why are you driving that?
Well, because it was going along this path here, which it already had
So
hit.
this is the right side. Not first waypoint, nearest waypoint. Where are you going? Okay, he's turning around. So that one was probably the center. Let me hop in there.
Sure. I'll let you.
Yeah, this is the center, and yeah, this is still set to first waypoint. We want to set it to nearest.
Okay, when I was in there, it was set to nearest, and it was going to left 1.
Yeah, it should be center. So that is the difference there. Where the hell are you going? Jesus Christ. Let's get him online with this side. There you go. It's just because this is the headland area, and if you're out here and you hit nearest waypoint, it thinks it's still on the headland. So you got to actually get it like near the actual spot. All right.
No matter where I moved, it didn't seem to change what it was doing.
Yeah, it's because it looks like it's not passing the value to multiplayer. So you were basically resetting the settings inside the machine. It should not, that one that you were in should not have been left. It should have been center. So that tells me it was it didn't sync the values up with
Yeah.
with multiplayer. Okay, this can go away. That can go away. This was just basic. Come on. Why is that? Why is that overlapped so much? The AI workers are bizarre with how much they overlap sometimes. It's like that should not. Look how far that's overlapped, like 2 or 3 meters.
Ooh, that was weird. I'm eating some cashews. I had a bowl of mostly peanuts in front of me. And I figured, I'll just dump some cashews in there. And I must have hit a peanut while eating cashews. And it's just like weird whiplash from the flavor.
Hmm.
It's like, whoa, that's a change.
Yeah, one of the harvesters is already full of oats. All right, let's empty out all this canola. This is 5 million liters of canola, and we're barely. Yeah, this is gonna be like 15 million liters of canola off this thing. I was massively underestimating the amount of canola we're gonna get from this. Let's unload 2 of these wagons into the silo that we have. Because I know the grain mill is not going to be able to hold all 5 million. I don't think. I can check to see how much it actually holds. I need to pee too. Jesus. Dun, dun, dun. Canola. 3.6. So we can empty just one. So we should have 2, 3. We should have 3 left. Let's go over here. Yeah, I should have edited this TARDIS lizard, whatever mod these TARDISes come from. I should have edited the discharge rate, because yeah, these are kind of slow. Canola oil is a 60,000 per day cost, but we needs the oil. All right, I need to use the bathroom. Jesus.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of coffee left. I even made a little extra today. Still didn't. Gotta unload these before the forage wagons. Okay, so we got 2 now that need to be unloaded. Can't let the forage wagons catch up with these. Why is... What the hell? What in the hell is going on over here?
I'll let you look at that one, because, whoa.
What the hell is going on over here?
Huh. Okay, yeah, same problem with the other one.
God. This is impossible. Jesus. Normally, when they normally when they're ready to unload, they put out the pipe, right? For some reason, they don't do that with Courseplay. That's really weird. This is only going to unload 2 million, isn't it? I bet you. Why would this back up and do a swirly whirly on this? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Come on. You are literally... Okay, I am... Oh my god, are you serious? Empty out. There you go. Are you gonna do a thing? Are you gonna line yourself back up? Weird. All right, where'd the other one go? Way down on the other end of the field. Way down here. Now, I don't have enough room to unload all of these, so we're gonna have to make... I'll be able to only take 1 million out of one of them. Wow, they literally filled up at exactly the same spot. This is gonna be touch and go. This is why I have crop destruction off, everybody. No, don't move, you idiot! I don't want to have to get inside and... Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Courseplay at times is stupid. Yeah, it's just gonna go until it fucking fills up again. All right, let's go dump this off. I need a wagon that is just like 100 million in order to offload these. Like, this is the only way to do it. Because the longer those sit there, the more likely the straw wagons or the straw picker uppers are going to come and just ram into the back of. Which would not be a good thing. So I'm going to take fill up. And the fact these things take 5 years to empty. Need a better wagon. The 43 foot one, that only holds 1 million. So that's not gonna work. And I think the yeah, this potato or sugar beet only. Unfortunately. Because this one I modded to hold 10 million. But yeah, not. And this will hold, yeah, 1 million liters. I don't think there's a bigger one out there. And there it is, 2.4 million. Flour oat, flour sorghum. Gonna load oats. Into the farm factory. For the eventual cereal that we're going to make out of there. I might have to buy another 3 of these TARDIS wagons and have Oz help me with this, because this is... I'm sure the canola is going to be filling up again here soon.
Yeah.
Thought I was turning enough, but apparently not. All right. Are any of these stopped again?
One just
Yep.
stopped. Needs to
Okay.
be reloaded.
Let's go over there. See, the problem is when you unload them, it will unload automatically. But as soon as that wagon fills up, the AI is like, "Oh, I'm empty enough. Now I can run again." And unloading that next little bit, right, to completely empty it, the 500K, is like you got to stop the machine and you got to let it unload manually and blah 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 blah, and it's a royal pain in the ass. But if as long as they're not crazy, let me hop out of here, hop into here, fire the worker. Come on, line it up. There we go. The pipe on this is crazy long. This you could put another 4 or 5 meters on the header on this thing, and it would still be able to empty. Let's empty this. Okay, and then we want to empty it again. Make sure it's completely empty. There we go. Put the pipe back in. Delete, center, nearest, go, empty. Get out of the way of this. Why is that stopped? Blocked by object. Why did this stop? I love how the forage wagon was blocked by actual forage. Why did that stop? It looks like it skipped a huge part of the field and drove way over here.
Huh.
Oh, maybe not. First waypoint, last waypoint, nearest waypoint. Can we pick up all of that, please? Thank you. We might want to grab... Yeah, it's these giant piles at the end are a lot harder for it to grab. Alright, how much is this one up to? That one's not full. How much is this one up to? That one's not even close to full. And again, blocked by object. Look at that. Yeah, we're going to need... Can you grab another forage wagon on us?
Sure.
Another tractor and forage wagon. We need to... God, that's a big mound of shit. God damn, that was a big mound. It does not like these giant mounds at the end of each run. And it only really hits when it's lined up. Like, if it's in the middle of that, it doesn't really mind. Yeah, see, that one didn't mind, but it's when the wagon is lined up perfectly with the row that it is like, ooh, blocked by object. So yeah, unfortunately.
This one has some manure in it. Should I, or is that a different trailer?
Go ahead. Well, you can drop the manure off at the fertilizer makers.
Alrighty.
Okay. Oats. So the canola is not close. The oats are close.
For the most part, do you want me to just pick up the big piles at the beginning? Or...
Yeah, you just gotta each end of the big piles. You can just scoop those up. Now they're gonna make new ones as they go along the field. So periodically go and pick them up. Again, it's not every one that causes a block. It's only when the actual wet, or it's only when the offset route is perfectly lined up, which is pretty rare considering the differences, but it's just safer to grab the little leftovers and bits. Okay, let's check here. You got about 1 million left. You're a little over 1 million left, so you're good to go. You got plenty left.
This one I'm probably going to clear up right now. It says blocked, but...
Yep, let me pull that back.
There you go.
Hit delete, nearest waypoint, good to go.
Let this guy do his thing, and then I'll...
Yeah, it's not the most efficient way of picking up these if you wanted to, like, really design the course and figure out all your offsets and stuff, but I mean, this gets the job done and you don't ever have to think about it, so I'd rather not think about it. Okay, now, yeah, we got lots of, I mean, if this was a real farm, this would be a lot of activity going on in the field right now, so it is what it is. This little guy is turning around just fine. Yeah, there's lots of mounds on this side of the field, so this guy is way behind. Is there something up with his speed? No, he's got the speed. He just fell way behind because of probably when they all filled up. Oh, there's the cat. See, the cat is like, she goes up, lays on the couch, falls asleep, but as soon as I get up, like, to hit the bathroom or something, she thinks, oh, like, now I can get, and so it's always when after I get up that she thinks the day is, like, she can do other things. And the day is moving on, but no.
It's weird, because they can obviously tell time, but why... Why doesn't she realize, oh, well, he's busy at this time?
She's got her little cat watch. She knows what time it is.
Oh my god, what is wrong with my internet connection? It keeps spiking.
You have anything loading in the background?
Me? No, but I'm not the only one on the internet, so...
Oh, yeah.
Ah!
Yeah, try not to collide with all the workers. Look at the giant mounds of straw they have. It's because they move so fast. They get up going and they're, they build that up behind the scenes and whoo-wee. Okay.
Is there a way to set it so that it slows down when it gets close to the end?
No.
Okay.
As soon as it hits the end, it hits the brakes. That's why I was been modding the braking force on a lot of these, because the higher the braking force, it can stop a lot faster at the end of the field. All right, so this is good to go there. What? Just try not to drive through the field. I don't know. Oh, man. You never know when you're going to blast into a machine. Okay. So I don't think there's anything needing unloading right now. That's good to go.
Should I keep going from north to south to pick up the piles? That's what I've been doing.
Yeah, you don't have to do it constantly, just especially, every once in a while you just grab the big piles at the ends and make sure that the pickup wagons good to go. Yeah, this wagon here is way behind for some reason. Like, way behind all the others. I think it was that, whatever, when it, like, collided or blocked. Yeah, this one's just way behind. But it's just fine. It'll get there eventually. Okay. Let's check on canola again. Yeah, these are going to need to be emptied soon. 1.6. 1.9. Wow, they're not filling up as Well, not filling up evenly. I didn't think I took that long to empty them out, but oats, good. Oats, sort of good. This one should be very empty. Yep. Okay, let's hop into these. Go over. Worker B is an early grown. Okay, yeah. It's funny they that announcement goes up when they're 20%, when they have 20% remaining. But 20% of 2.5 million is a lot. It's like 500K. All right. Now,
Be nice if the combines were synced up a little better.
synced up. I mean,
Yeah.
not so far apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or all arriving at the top or bottom at about the same time.
You can't really do that because they inherently overlap one another. So if they were too close together, they would just be constantly colliding. There is a minimum distance that the course play keeps. So it knows how far ahead the next combine is, and it will slow down if it gets too close.
Oh, handy.
Because it tries to eliminate collisions. Of course, when you have two different vehicles and two different courses, it can't track that very well, but it is what it is. Now look at this. What is this weird? It's just this weird rounding error. This.
It is kind of satisfying to see, like videos, or I don't think I've seen a video of it necessarily, but like images where you see a bunch of combines hitting a field, and there's like 4 of them, but they're lined up just right so that they're.
Oh sure. Oh yeah. It is very cool looking. Very hard to do in the game unless you really stage the shot. So anytime you see a screenshot or something where there's a bunch of combines in a row, that was 100% staged.
Right, yeah.
Okay. So 2.2. I mean, we're definitely going to need to unload them again, but I don't think it'll fill up. Obviously, it won't fill it up a third time. We're going to get an unholy amount of straw off that oat field, though. I just know it's going to be a lot of straw. So we won't have a shortage of straw. All right, we got 500,000 liters of milk to process, which is good. Slurry, not too bad. If we want Oh, that was a lag spike.
Oh, okay, it wasn't just me.
Yeah, I was like, why are my clicks not registering? And then it, like, oh, that was a major lag spike. It wasn't even a save, it was just a lag spike. Let's go over here and grab the yield milk. And I think this milk delivery will be, we'll go to the chocolate factory because I need to put down some some things for strawberries, greenhouses.
What the heck? Why is that one just stopped? Did this one fill up?
Which one?
Yeah, that one. Oh, okay.
What the hell is it doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says needs to be unloaded, except it's not full. Okay. Weird.
I was waiting for it to get to the end, and it just stopped, and then backed up, and then did that funky thing right after you hopped in.
Yeah, this one is actually going to fill up. This canola one. But the oat one, for some reason, is just like, I don't want to be full. So this one is going to be filling up in a second. Which means the other one is probably not far behind. Yep, here's this one.
Oh, the other combine's gonna run into the other one pretty soon here.
Yeah. So what we can do is fire the worker. Oh, hit the brakes. Yeah, I'm gonna need the wagon over here.
Okay.
And let's grab this. The canola will have to wait. Yeah, I need to pick up the straw that's in covering the unharvested area in front of that combine. Otherwise, it'll block my starting that combine back up.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh. It's actually done a pretty decent job harvesting this. Alright, where are we going? Where are we going? Really? Little bits of straw on the ground are kicking my tractor that hard. Alright, let's unload this one first. Even though it's not full, I might as well unload it, because I'm here.
Alright. Got those squared away. I wonder if there would be a mod that would sync it up so that, like what you're doing there, unloading from one to the other in automatic fashion. Like,
Yeah, you can. I mean, there are ways to do that with course play, where you can have a vehicle automatically go deliver to a silo, and you can. Oh my God, Cat! You can set. Yeah, you can set certain routes and name certain routes to have them automatically go. No, you are not going to do this automatically. You have proven many, many times that you cannot handle that. Okay. Yeah, you're just going to jump right back down again. I just know you are. So why come up here? She does this usually in the day too. She'll jump up in my lap. 5 minutes, she'll jump down. 10 minutes later, she jumps up in my lap. 5 minutes later, she jumps down. It's just like she does it over and over again until she goes up on the couch and falls asleep. There she's jumping down on my lap. Like, it's so weird. Like, she's a very strange cat. She doesn't know what she wants. Okay. Put the hose away, or the pipe, or whatever you want to call it. And then delete. And then B. And go. No, what are you? Nope, nope. You stupid thing. Nearest waypoint. Go. There you go, sir. Thank you for your service. Alright, now let's go over. Get this out of the way. Wow. This does not feel very fast. I want to try to stay ahead of the... Go. Trying to stay ahead of the straw swath pickup guys. Shit. Wasn't able to do it. This guy caught up. Damn it. I gotta back it way out because the yeah, try not to. This is gonna be kind of crazy here. Gonna have two different. You want to go down to the bottom of the field? Pick up a couple mounds down here. All right. Are you gonna round? It's thinking about it. Ooh, it's thinking about it. There we go. Good job.
I hit first control. Why is it not moving?
All right, let me get this out of the field. Well, let me check this guy. Yep, this guy needs to be emptied. Okay. This is such a huge harvest. It was like, it's enough to feed a small country. Granted, they'd probably get really sick of oats after. Oat bread, oatmeal, oat. Like, just everything is oats. They'd be like, why? Yeah. Build that up.
Looks like they're going to cluster on the north side, so I may as well
Yeah.
hit the mounds up there.
Wow, this is so much. Wow. Okay, let me pull this away. This the hell out of Dodge.
We get to dodge. Yeah, turn sharp enough to get that. Might not even be intrusive, but
Yeah, it's good to get rid of it. This line back up again. Nearest waypoint, good to go. This guy out of here. And I need to start that forage wagon back up again. Nearest left, go. What the hell are you doing? No. Not where you need to go. There you go. Much better. Mucho better, or whatever. Okay. Good lord. That was complicated. Now I've got 6 million oats. What am I going to do with 6 million oats? But that should allow the rest of that field to be harvested without me picking up again. But I need to pick up canola because canola is full again. So do that. I'm glad we not picking up straw and canola because that would have been a lot.
Yeah. Having to watch after both of them.
Oof, yeah, only 2 people. I mean, if we had the coffee going, that's a different matter. How full is? You can put, holy Moses, we can put a lot more oats in there. Let's go ahead and do that. I can put all of these oats in the factory. Well, it's 10 million oats and corn. So, yeah. Dump 2 of these oats. How much of the canola harvest is left? Just one more unload there, and that should be good to go. Yeah, these trailers just do not discharge fast. Nope. Stupid damn collision. It's never easy, people. It's never easy.
Yeah.
Collision on these hits that damn little overhang right there, and that is enough. That would have been enough to send this thing into the stratosphere. It would have lifted up, and it would have hit that building, and it would have just shot us up into the sky. So, having 3 trailers is not an easy thing to navigate. And this is going a long ways to fill up. Yeah. So the rest, I mean, yeah, we're going to be able to put a ton of oats in there. I'm probably going to need some honey. Unless the trailer we have collecting honey has got quite a lot of it in there. But we're not really producing much. Yeah, there's probably, how much is in there? A little less than 100K. That's not much. Let's go grab the canola. And of course, this is way the hell down here.
Shoot.
Blocked by an
Blocked
object.
I'll fix it. I was hoping I could wait until combines merged down here, but nope. But I'll zip up there, fix it, and Bob's your uncle.
I do have an Uncle Bob.
Wow, I was actually just thinking to myself, wouldn't it be weird if he actually had
Yeah,
one?
I do have an Uncle Bob. Right. Yeah, I think the discharge rate of the Colossus, I think I set it to like 50,000 or something like that. I mean, it discharges fast, but it holds 2.5 million, so it's a lot.
There we go. Wow.
All right. Away we go to the other one, which of course is on the other side of the field. How much canola have we actually used thus far?
Infinity.
Well, we're almost halfway up on our canola oil. We're used about, oh, this will actually hold 3.6. So there we go. Last unload of canola is ready to go. Now, I'm pretty sure if we plow under this straw, we're not going to get a level of fertilizer out of it. I'm pretty sure we can do a little test, plow a little corner out, and see if it is good to go. If not, we're gonna have to spray a set of fertilizer on both fields. This will fill up the canola in here. So much. The rest can go in the silo.
Is it possible at all to edit the courses easily, or is that
Edit them? Like
Yeah,
Waypoint
like
by waypoint?
mainly just add in if we were to add in one that would just go back and forth along the south and north side to hit these big clumps. Like, would that be difficult to add in?
That would be like a separate course, and once it would run through it, it would stop. It would end the course.
Yeah.
It wouldn't keep going. Um, yeah, there's really no way of. Yeah, there would be no way of really doing that efficiently, because yeah, once the course is run, it just stops. It's done with it. Now, I
Once
don't.
it's run
I've
its
never
course?
seen. I've never seen it. I've never seen somebody manually place waypoints down. So I don't even know if that's possible.
Okay.
Um, you can define a course, or you can define a field area manually. I still don't know how to do that. Never looked into that, um, but as far as like individual waypoints, I don't think that's a possibility.
Didn't think as much. Well, I suppose there's a possibility you could set a very small width, but this would chew up a higher too, so it would cost a lot of money. But just set up one where it moves half a meter, and then you just set it up so that it'll pick up the pile, and then it'll move a half meter the other way, or in towards the center. Or I suppose it could even work from the center out, but you'd have to have it set up differently. Ultimately, it's not worth it. Just spitballing ideas.
Yeah, it's not enough of a. I mean, it's a lot easier just to run it back and forth with a wagon manually, just to clear it out, or just not drop straw at all. Like, I don't anticipate needing to drop straw again on a field ever because of. I mean, we already like the silo already has 8 million straw in it, like right now. So whatever straw we get off of this is going to be a lot. There's going to be, what, 12? I don't know how much you have, but it's going to be a lot. And so, yeah, I don't really think we're going to need straw ever again. And this should, hopefully, be the last... Yeah, this will be the last bit.
I only have a little over 500,000, but that's nothing to scoff at either.
Needs to be unloaded.
Huh.
Empty. What needs to be unloaded? You're at the end of the line, buddy. Needs to be unloaded.
End of line.
Let's wash it. Now we're gonna drop. We're gonna unfold. That'll drop the trailer. We're going to drop that. Put the pipe out. Okay. One down. One down. 4 to go. This will be the last run of this little guy. This is a lot of oats, everybody. This was... I mean, we pulled way more. We're like 15 million, maybe, thus far. And probably more. I wish it actually tracked like how much you harvested, or at least told you how much you got thus far.
It's the last pile on the south side.
Needs to be unloaded. Give her a wash. Let's unfold. Drop. Put the pipe out. Get ready for the next one. And there it is. Hold up, hold up. We got one more little mound for you here.
Yep. I was just getting the little particles at the end there, which the other trailers probably would have captured, but and then now I'm gonna set it up and wrap the big mounds. Wow, that sounds dirty.
There we go. Now let's grab this little guy. Keep an eye on the canola. Make sure those harvesters don't ram into one another.
Alright. Looks like they're a pretty good
Distance apart still?
apart.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just didn't know how much time we had left. But yeah, 3 harvesters finished the field before 2 harvesters did. Imagine that. All right.
Is that how math works?
It is. Now. You can hop in one of the other combines and drive it up to unload into these trailers.
It's like,
oh.
well, that was weird to just spit out a little bit of straw for random reasons.
Yeah, it does that. Mine just did it too. Like, it for some reason, it's weird. Yeah. You went the other way around the tree, and that was where you messed up.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh.
Now it's on the ground. Yeah, you don't manually unload it.
Oh,
It will unload itself. You just have to line up the tube. If it's not unloading, that means your tube isn't lined up. There you go. Yeah, now we got a bunch of oats on the ground.
Is that easy to pick up?
I have no idea. I've never actually dropped any on the ground before.
I'll try and hit it with this thing and see
No, it won't. That won't pick it up. The harvester won't pick it up. You'd need a. Yeah, I don't think it's. I think I'll just void it. It's fine.
Okay.
And empty. And hit X to fold up the. Just make sure that the actual harvester is selected and not the wagon, and then hit X and folds it up.
Damn it. There. Man, they're funky looking contraptions.
What? The harvesters?
Yeah, the way it folds up and unfolds and stuff.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, not saying it's bad, just
Funky.
looking.
Funky.
Pretty sure I didn't hit. Yeah. The actual harvester bit is following behind me, kind of weird. But it's odd because I didn't swap the folding on it. Must have just flipped it around or something too quick. Saw one of the waypoints and it looked like a person running along the field or something. Just because two-dimensional. Let's try. Okay, yeah, apparently I did fold it. Oof. The steering of this game is kind of nice, but since there's so many different vehicles that have different turning rates and something and stuff, it's really disorienting.
Yeah, there's some that are. The steering is the front wheels. These are steering in the back wheels, and
Yeah. It would be fantastic if one were to have a wheel, because then the little, getting used to the fact that it remembers the position of the tires, which just isn't normal for a game.
well, they
If
do
not
go. They
that.
do go back.
Yep, but
It's just this harvester is
it's
really slow compared to other vehicles.
yeah. There's just such a delayed reaction for. Oh, hello.
Go ahead and hop in your
Type thing.
windrower and unload. So this one's got 8 million, and this
All
one's got 9.2 million.
Jeez.
So that's what, 17.2 million plus the 500k you have. You're looking at just shy of 18 million liters of straw from this field, which is crazy town.
It's really close to 600,000, so you could probably just round up on
Yeah.
your math. Wow.
So what I'm going to have you do, which is going to be tedious, is do these other two as well, and I'm going to manage the harvesters from the other field. So these other two, yeah, these can be unloaded into the silo as well.
Is that big, really big storage one that we've got, or is it?
Yeah, the silo is, I mean, it's FG bulk storage with liquids. It's not a big building. It's this tiny thing that sticks out of the ground. It's got a spout and a dump site. It's very
Yeah, I should have said large capacity, not big.
yeah, it's 500 million capacity.
That's the sound of all that stuff coming out the back.
Blah, 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 blah.
Not quite that sound.
This is just too wide. Darn it. I have to drive that other one from the very bottom of the field. Which sucks.
Where should I park these? I think I know where they used to be parked. Is that the good spot?
I mean, just find a spot, park them. Like, there's not a spot for most of this stuff. It's just wherever it fits, it ships.
Whatever felt good at the time.
Just as long as they're in the same spot, then it's
Yeah.
like, oh, they're all lined up right there, just like I did the stone wagons. They're all. I'll probably, at some point put out, put buildings and we can park stuff under them, so it's a little easier to find. But,
Do things logically? Why?
yeah, I usually.
Makes no sense.
I mean, I try sometimes to do that, but not always successful.
It popped into my head. My kind of two go-to sayings. You and your infernal logic, and then Gremlins. It's the only logical explanation. That one in specific. I'd like to get like a deepfake video of Spock in the original Star Trek. Looking at his little device and turning it, go Gremlins. And then maybe one with Bones to say the you and your infernal logic. Although that one might actually exist, that might be where I got it from.
Right. We got oats. This is 4.6 million. This will fill up the factory. The full 10 million in the factory. Which is an insane amount. Let's not put that in.
So speaking of deepfakes, do you think that they're going to be the end of civilization, or do you think one of the other numerous things out there is going to kill us first?
I don't think it's going to be deepfakes because there's already a pretty healthy amount of skepticism built into people today. So yeah, there's already people out there that would, whatever video is seen is like, maybe not. Especially depending on how outlandish it is. No, our undoing is going to be something really simple. It's going to be just people giving up freedoms for safety, and eventually they're going to be sitting around going, what happened to our freedoms?
Yeah.
It's going to be like, well, you just kept signing them off and saying, we don't really need them. And
be basically in little prisons, each to our little, 4x4 rooms. And that's going to be our life.
yeah, I mean, look at some of the Black Mirror episodes. I mean, there's a reason those are kind of scary, right? There's one that the person, like, literally your entire life is like riding a bicycle, and if you understand why they're doing it, it's like, and then when that episode, the guy goes back to his assigned room, and all four walls of his place are all like advertisements, and they detect whether or not your eyes are open. So they take a simple concept and they just ramp it up, right? So
Right.
There's some part of those shows that are like, holy crap, like, would it ever get that far? But if you dial that back and you step back and be like, well, how far would it get until people are like, maybe not, maybe it would be too far, and would it be able to be pulled back, right? Once you're so far over the line, can you back it up without violence? And I think understanding human nature that I have, there's very little that you can, like, once you lose freedoms, it's very hard to get them back.
Yeah.
Without violence, without some sort of revolution. Just human history. Look at all of human history, and that's the message. It's possible, but only with exceptionally selfless leaders, and finding that is a very rare thing. I mean, look at what happened this week with both parties. I mean, they're tearing each other apart, trying to blame each other for what's going on, and it's it's all BS. But everybody thinks that they're right. Everybody thinks I am right, and until we see en masse a host of people saying I was wrong about XYZ, I was wrong about whatever, unless we actually start seeing people taking responsibility, there's no getting through it. It's taking responsibility that is going to be the game changer. That's what's going to kind of change hearts and minds, is somebody standing up and going, I was wrong. Imagine the most unlikely scenario ever, somebody like AOC standing up and saying, I was wrong. Right? What are the odds of that happening? Next to zero. I would say damn near close to zero. So that is what would change. If you started seeing people taking responsibility for their errors, then I could see a way out. But the likelihood of that is it's so minuscule that I just don't see it happening. It's possible, but all right, I want to see if
it's more likely that we're going to get hit by a extinction level meteor first.
Oh yeah, like we absolutely. Yeah, the likelihood of actually seeing somebody, saying I was wrong about this. I'm sorry, everybody, but I wanna do better, and here's what I'm gonna do to change things. Blah 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 blah. It's like no, you're not gonna see that shit. And that's what it would take, is people, the general population, going, you know what? I think it was wrong to mutilate kids. I just think it was wrong. In general, I think it was wrong, and we're gonna change it up. And I think we need to backtrack a little, But people are so embedded in their belief systems that actually seeing the change, seeing the difference, I until that happens, humanity is kind of in limbo. I don't know why a lot of these people just continually lie, continually make up, spin the truth. Like, I saw a headline, I kid you not. The Forbes did a headline, and somebody took a screenshot of it and posted it. They literally did a headline about Israel attacks Gaza in an unprovoked strike. And it was like, unprovoked? Like, Unprovoked. Really? Like, are you serious? Like, how can you in good conscience write a headline like that? Right? I don't even care what side of the fence you're on. It doesn't matter. What matters is you actually telling and trying, stopping the spin, stopping trying to run a narrative, and just tell the facts of the story. What are the facts? Right? They can't even do that. So when you have an entire population that is unable to look at facts and say, well, here's the facts of the situation, there's no really getting around that. You can't look at facts and not spin them to whatever narrative you're trying to push, then there's really no middle ground. There's no hope of a resolution, because there's no common ground of reality. And that's the problem, is people are living in their own little bubble of reality. And when you point out the hypocrisy or the errors of their thinking, they immediately lash out and call you names. And it's like you can't have a dialogue. Imagine a high school debate. If anybody was in debate, imagine a high school debate where you have two people standing up and they're arguing, the debate is about something innocuous, right? And one person says their point of view, and it goes to the other person, and the other person just says, oh, you're just a bigot, or you're just a racist, or you're just something like this, so your opinion doesn't matter. There's no argument to be had. If one side, all they do is call you name, and one side is trying to talk about facts, figures, history, examples, actual reality, and then the other side is just pointing fingers and calling names, there is no debate to be had. And that is the big problem right now, is nobody's willing to talk about some of these things. They believe what they believe, and that's it. There's no movement. And to really make things change or improve, there has to be some dialogue. There has to be some back and forth. So yeah, we're right now, as it is, not doing so well with that. What's funny is I got into a little Twitter tiff this week with somebody who, I've been randomly, I don't target anybody or anything, but in my feed, I just go through my feed like once a day on X, and if something catches my eye, I use it mainly for kind of poking and almost like a stand-up comedy thing. I just kind of poke out some humor, or I really try to kind of push if somebody's being, hypocritical or something. I'm just like, what are you doing? And so there's one account that I don't know why, but they just appeared in my feed many, many times over the last few weeks. It's one of these accounts that was just constant, like, weird conspiracy theories, like, pointing out a rock in South America and being like, this rock was 2 tons and how is it moved? Is this evidence of an ancient civilization? Bothers the hell out of me when somebody just does that, and they become the stuff that they're doing has become more and more energized politically with the same BS rhetoric and trying to stir up, harsh feelings. And so I've commented various times on this person's tweet, and I'm like, dude, like, are you actually trying to contribute to the conversation, or are you just trying to get views? Because that's what it seems like. You're just trying to get views. And, if you're just trying to get views, at least admit it. At least admit it. And, did this thing? Yep, okay. Wow, I don't know what causes that, but, and so, yeah, this this last week, he did the funniest thing. He tweeted, right? He tweeted something which didn't get as much traction as he wanted. And so he replied to his own tweet with yet another question, which is an insane thing. And so I commented on it and said, are you asking yourself this question? Because he replied to his own tweet with another question. So I was like, are you asking yourself this question? Or are you just trying to continue to push this BS? Because it was just BS. And he finally responded, immediately insulted my channel. As you know, immediately was like, why don't you go back to your gaming channel? And you know, I'm just trying to spark conversations and blah 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 blah, right? So I just laughed because the guy, I have like 60 followers, right? I have like 60 followers. And I know my limitations. This guy has like 70,000. So so I reply and I'm just like what did I say? I replied with something along the lines, because I looked at.
You posted it. I can look it up. I think you posted a screenshot of it somewhere.
Well, I posted the screenshot of the initial post.
Okay.
I've deleted that off of members channel because I got nobody in members actually responded to that, so I didn't want to force anything upon them. But yeah, but I just thought it was humorous. Like you tweet something and you try to be controversial. It doesn't get the traction that you wanted. So then you reply to your own tweet trying to further the controversy to get even more, right? You're not attempting to add to the conversation. You're just attempting to get views and money. You're monetizing Twitter, basically. You're trying to get more money. Which, as long as you're open about it, but his bio in Twitter was like, YouTuber, see me on Rumble, blah, 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 blah. So I went up on Rumble after he criticized my content. I went up on Rumble on his channel, and all of his videos were crazy, like ancient civilization or aliens. Like, ooh, like look at these rocks. You know, what is a coincidence that these rocks are piled the same? You know, he posts a picture of an Aztec pyramid, and then he posts one of like an Egyptian pyramid, and he's like, is this evidence of ancient, aliens or an ancient civilization that these are piled the same way? And every time I've seen one of those tweets from him, I'm like, well, it's just a really convenient way to pile rock. It's no wonder that more than one civilization figured out how to pile rock. So all of his content was all this ridiculous, like, ooh, is this evidence of ancient civilization? And so I just replied to his criticism of my content, and I said, yeah, it's going to be hard to top, and I pasted a couple titles of videos that he put out. And I was like, you're criticizing my content without ever having watched any of it. I mean, if you watched any of my streams in the last 4 weeks, you know that we talk about a lot of heavy stuff on here while we're playing this game, right? It's not just gaming. I'm also talking a lot about what's going on as well as programming. So it's not like I'm not skilled. I'm just, doing it in the guise of something else to watch. So what's funny though is the last 2 tweets from the last couple days since then on his account were actually good, in-depth tweets. Like really, really good. Like the very first one after this exchange was an actual observation. Was a really good observation. And it was, why aren't we seeing footage from the war in Ukraine as much as we're seeing this footage coming out of the Middle East? right? Why is there such a disparity? Why are we seeing so much more than this than that? That was a very good observation, and I immediately replied and I said, this is a good tweet and a great observation, right? The very next tweet was another really good one from this account. So I don't want to say anything about like having an effect on this person and like pointing out some of the BS that he was actually talking about. I don't want to claim credit for that, but it just seems to me like that little bit of this criticism actually helped. It actually helped because, yeah, crazy, like, it actually helped. It was amazing. Now, whether he keeps it up or not, I don't, doesn't matter to me, but at least he's trying. All right, where is that trailer of wagons? There it is.
Yeah, just imagine if everybody every day says something to somebody and everybody gets a little bit better.
Right. I mean, criticism is not meant to insult. It's not meant to put you down. It's just meant to be like, hey, maybe think about this, right? If you walk into somebody's house and it is a complete disaster and you say, maybe you should clean up a little bit, right? That's a criticism. You're not attacking that person personally. You're just like, hey, clean it up a little bit. My brother said that to me, having seen my place once, and he's like, maybe you should think about cleaning this up. It helps your mental state. It just helps. And so I cleaned my desk. I pointed that out before. Like the desk behind me, this desk was a nasty mess. And he was like, maybe you should clean it up because it does weigh on your mind, even though you may not think about it constantly. Having a clean place actually helps. And so as long as you don't look at criticism as a personal like attack, which as long as the person giving it is doing it in good faith, I was criticizing this individual guy's way of adding to the conversation, and he immediately attacks me personally, right? That is not a good response. If somebody is criticizing you, to attack them immediately, attack them personally, that means you're unwilling to take criticism, right? And it just shows a little bit about personality. It just shows, maybe you should rethink a little bit of what you're doing. Which, I mean, it doesn't hurt sitting back and going, maybe I should think about this. But yeah, if more and more people actually took criticism and said, you know what, did exactly what people want. Like, just because you're getting criticized doesn't mean you have to do the thing that they're criticizing you for, but at least stop and think for a second and go, maybe I could do this a different way. Right? I'm always looking for feedback on the channel. And if nobody gives me feedback, then, what am I supposed to think? Like, I can only do so much. I can only change so much. But, if people are like, hey, maybe you should not talk so much about BS when you're in your streams, I'd be like, yeah, I understand that. It's not for everybody. But I've said it before, unless people actually bring it up and talk about it, it's just going to go, there's going to be no change, right? The more people are unaware of what's going on, the worse things get. And it just is what it is. So I choose to talk about it. I'm not trying to change minds. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just bringing it up and going, if you're unaware of what's going on, maybe if you have kids in school, I've talked about this with, I know at least one of my patrons. I'm like, do you know what your kids are being taught in school? Because you should pay attention. Because it's an area right now in the world and in culture that you might not like what's going on. And becoming aware of it is the first step in trying to fix it. All right, canola is done. Oats is done. Now, what I should do is get 2 more sprayers to spray that other field. How much of this field is left? Oh, there's quite a bit. So let's purchase crop protection. There. Let's park these. There we go. Now, let's go to here. Grab one of these. Now, hopefully, we can fill these up from the fertilizer maker. Ooh. Crap. You know what I think is... I don't think I set... Oh, darn it. Yeah, I didn't set this. Darn. Can you grab the Unimog for tanks? I don't think there's a tank on it. Okay. And put the blue, the blue tank, which is up here by the vehicle shop. Put the blue tank on it, and go fill up a thing of water from the lake. Which all you need to do is open the hatch, which is N, and drive close to the lake. Put a couple wheels, just barely in the water, and you should get a prompt to
there it is.
Why are we not able to fill this? There it is. Let's put 250,000. We need to fill it up later. We can. This is a big field, so we want to get this started as soon as possible. Yeah, I saw one of these on the highway on top of a truck, on a flatbed truck, getting probably hauled to a farmer who ordered one or something. And yeah, these sprayers in person are unbelievably large.
Yeah.
They're way bigger in person than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, they look big here, but there's just, it's weird how different some things are when you see them in real life.
Yeah, I mean the wheels, like, they're so big. I could drive my car like underneath this thing. The wheels are like 6 feet tall.
Yep.
They're These things are crazy.
There's refill. Where do we want the water again?
The water goes into the fertilizer makers. Those 2 white. Where you put the manure.
Yep.
Yeah.
And how much did we want, or do I just fill it up completely?
Just drop it all in there. The thing holds like 100 million. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Tiny capacity.
Yeah, a little bit too much, but.
don't know if I came across. The dog started barking near me.
No, I didn't hear it. Okay. And then grab the other new sprayer once you've filled that up with water. It'll take a while to actually make the fertilizer, but grab the other sprayer and go to the farm supply factory, which is by the sawmill, and there's a hidden key when you have this thing. So when you get on the what is essentially the driver's side or the left side, there is a little thing that can pop out to fill with fertilizer. It took me forever to see it because you don't get the key for some reason in the F1, but it's Z, and Z will pop that thing out, and that is how you fill. So just go to the farm supply factory and fill it with the liquid fertilizer, and it should be close to 250,000, which is fine. That's what we want. Let's make sure this doesn't hit any trees. Yeah, I actually had to cut a bunch of trees out of here in between streams, but yeah, for a long time I was like cheating to fill these things because I could not figure out how to actually put fertilizer in them, and so I buy one and have to just cheat in a bunch of fertilizer and get them that way, and then I was just hitting random keys and I found the Z key.
Okay, do I need to unfold it or anything, or just
Nope.
hit the Z and try and put the pipe?
Yeah, try to get it close. I don't know where the hitbox is exactly. It's not exactly. It's a little in front of. It's more on the front tire than it is exactly in between the tires. So you just sort of drive a little bit here and there until you see the R to load. You know, to like refill or whatever it is. It should be R that the key. As soon as you see R, you should be able to fill it up. As long as that little white funnel thing is down, it's dropped down and the cover is off.
Okay. Oops, that's T, not R. Nice. Something popped into my brain a little while ago. Something that kind of bugs me. You know, obviously the world is split in two in regards to metric system and freedom units. And it's actually really mean. A meter is 1.093613 yards. It's like so close. Why did they bother? Why not just call a meter an actual yard? And I know they had their intents with it. The intent was to match certain scales. Oh, okay. Apparently there's not enough fertilizer in here.
Well, how much was in there?
400,000.
Should have been about 250,000. It's not gonna fill up the damn tank. I assure you, it's not gonna fill it up. But that should be plenty.
You want me to start on that field, doing the north and south?
Yeah, you want to go to the east side of the field and do it that way.
East side.
Yeah,
all right.
I got this guy on a worker here, so drive it over to the east side and start it up and down.
But yeah, why didn't they just have the conversion 1 meter equals 1 yard? and people would have been happier overall. But now we got these two funky systems.
Yeah,
And,
well,
like
the meter came way after the yard because
Yep.
we inherited the imperial system from Britain. We inherited it, which is why it's one of the reasons why it's called the imperial system. And then sometime, I think, God, when was it? 1700s or 1800s? They started moving to the metric system. Well, the metric system was actually invented by the French. And one of the reasons why we did not convert at the time when it was way easy to do is there were people when the French invented the metric system. There were people in the US that were like, "Well, let's change it." But at the time, we hated the French. Right? We loved the French for helping us in the revolution. And then, fast forward about 100 years, and at the time, we hated the French. So, because of that, there was not a big push to convert because we hated the French and we didn't want anything to do with what they were doing. But yeah, the metric system was invented by the French, and they were basing it off of largely arbitrary things. But the big difference was, it was a system based on powers of 10. That's the big difference.
Yep.
The lengths, the grams, everything was still arbitrary to Earth-based measurements, but they were base 10, and that was the big thing, which is why the standard gram, the standard meter were all like things in France that everything else was like compared to. But people who espout the wonders or the superiority of metric over the imperial, if you're going, hire them. Like,
figured so, but just wanted to make sure.
They are just as arbitrary.
Yeah.
The meter is based on some measurement, I think, regarding the Earth's circumference or something like that. It's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the Earth's circumference, I think. And they just recently redefined it to be some tiny fraction of the speed of light. Like, the speed light travels in a 200,000th of a second. It's some weird, they're trying to normalize it because everything was Earth-based, rather than looking at nature itself and saying, hey, what units of measurement make sense in the natural world? They're still arbitrarily assigning them based on, arbitrary measurements, rather than saying, well, the speed of light is this, so let's have an even amount. One millionth of the speed of light is a meter, right? One millionth of that is a meter, or something. Some arbitrary number would make more sense than whatever it is. And I know it's a crazy fraction. And there is a weird tractor humping another tractor over here. I wonder if there's
baby tractors.
Are we gonna get baby tractors over here? How the hell did that happen? I wonder if there's.
Plead the fifth.
Wow.
You're welcome.
It'd be funny to put a little John Deere lawnmower on there and be like, oh, there's a little baby tractor. Let's get the plows prepped and ready.
And I know that probably causes physics things, but that's why I only did it the once.
All right. So going over here.
But yeah, see, that's kind of my point, is that they picked something arbitrary, but we're criticized because we're not accepting the metric system. Well, I'm criticizing the initialization of metric system for trying to be dorks about it.
I mean, yeah, people who criticize, like, oh, the imperial system, that's blah blah blah. It's like, You know, just like the Celsius and Fahrenheit argument. Anytime somebody criticizes, because most of the games that I play, I always have temperatures in Fahrenheit, and they're always like, well, Celsius is better. And, you know, the world is full of ignorance, and one of those ignorances is that attitude, because Celsius is based on the 0 to 100 scale is only at sea level.
Sea level.
And when you go beyond sea level, when you go higher or lower, the temperatures change. So Celsius is just as arbitrary as Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit is nice because it allows a greater scale of temperatures internally. And so, you know, Celsius, there's a big difference between 30 and 31 degrees Celsius. Whereas Fahrenheit, there's not very much difference between 30 and 31 degrees Fahrenheit, you know. And so there's a sense there that you can have a finer look at what temperature it actually is, because when you see oh, you know, it's 36.7 degrees temperature in Celsius today in England, I have no idea. I can do rough math and figure out what that was close, but the 37, like, the difference between like 36.7 degrees and 36.8 degrees, is that a big difference? I don't know. But Fahrenheit, you can say, well, it's 86 degrees and then 88 degrees. And it's like, that makes sense to me. That is a finer control. And, you know, I just, it is arbitrary for sure, but it allows a little bit more fine-grained temperature readings. You're not using decimal points, which people really don't inherently know how to do that anyway.
No, myself, I'm not terribly used to either system as far as it goes. When people ask, you know, what temperature is it outside? You know, just based on feel, it's like, I have no idea.
I've gotten pretty good at estimating temperature. Although I'm better in the springtime than the fall.
Yeah.
Because the perception of temperature is different in the spring than the fall.
Yeah, I think the humidity is different too, and
Certainly, yeah.
In the fall, it kind of carries a chill. I can't think of offhand, but I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, the fall feels colder because you're used to the summer temperatures.
There's something beyond it. I just can't think of it. But anyway, back to my what I was saying. The when it comes to playing games, I typically just leave it on Celsius, because most of the time when it's relevant, it's science based. And that's one thing, is that, you know, when it comes to science, yeah, science should be based on Celsius, not Fahrenheit.
But why?
Because of conversions. And also it makes more sense, because a lot of the games have to do with temperature of water a lot, which is where it's really important, because, you know, 0 freezing, 100 boiling, but they never bother to account for sea level, etc. But yeah, the conversions is the big thing. What if you're a scientist? Yeah, I totally endorse using Celsius, because all the universal constants that they've established and discovered, discovered as in, oh, you know, this temperature, but established because, well, you're using the Celsius scale. Does that make sense? My little language quirk.
I mean,
anyway, yeah.
It's largely sort of, you know, it may be like like feel right or arbitrarily based. I just the as far
I mean,
as
yeah, it's
computer
still
game
arbitrary.
as far as computer games go, it doesn't really affect me too much. Most games that I enjoyed are not that specific. I know Stationeers was one that can be a headache with temperatures and stuff where you have to actually pay attention to temperatures for like smelting and stuff. But the fact that it's base 10 makes it easier. That is the benefit of Celsius. That is the benefit of that. And I understand the benefit of base 10. It's just a lot easier. Now, if we have a base 10 system for measurement, which is great, what about our measurement of time? Right? What does time do? And I thought about that too. We can't really have a metric time because our sense of time is not based in metric. Even if you look at the speed of light as something, I mentioned this in a previous talk about my theory of the universe and what gravity actually is, and etc. If you look at the speed of light as the limiting factor in open vacuum of space, well, the time steps, which I think are referred to as Planck time, those minimal time steps of light propagating through open space, what if we called those seconds? Or we came up with some fractional amount of seconds, and that Planck time was our minimum, like maybe it's a nanosecond or a femtosecond or whatever it is. Like if we based our unit of time on the speed of light, which makes sense to me because that is the speed of the universe, that is the limiting factor in speed. How does that apply to the orbit and rotation of the Earth? It really doesn't. Our sense of seconds, minutes, and hours has nothing to do with the universe at large. There's no basis for our sense of time to be based on like the Earth's rotation. We are one speck of dust in a near infinite universe of specks of dust. Like, it's arbitrary. But I thought of another way of telling time that is not based on minutes, seconds, minutes, and hours. It's actually based on degrees, because a day is 360 degrees. Right? It's one 360 degree spin of the Earth, and then a year is 360 degrees of going around the sun. So you could break up the time if you took the moon out of it. We're going to ignore the phases of the moon. That is a ancient way of telling time, like splitting the months apart. It's ancient. So if we ignore the phases of the moon, which are going to change over time anyway, in 10 million years, the moon is going to be a little bit further away. There's going to be changes, right? So if we disconnect the moon's phases from our month split up, and we say, okay, 360 degrees is a year, how can we break that up? Well, conveniently, 360 degrees, you can divide by 12 really, really easily. It's 30. So you can say every 30 degrees is a month. Every 30 degrees on the dot is a month. And then look at the day. Again, look at the day. 360 degrees in a day. Well, you can also divide that by 12. Right? Or you can divide it by 2. It's the math still works really well. You could still have a noon, which would be 180 degrees. What's interesting about looking at it like that is every day that goes by, the number of degrees you spin is lessened by 1, because you're moving a single degree around the sun. So the full spin of the Earth, you're a degree different in terms of what time is. So I don't know how you would account for that. That difference, that slight difference every day of a degree. Because if you're spinning into it, it takes 1 extra degree to face noon. But if you're spinning away from it, it takes 1 less degree to be noon, right? So it can be arbitrary, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I thought about that too, of just having the time be based on actually, and that way, you know, even an analog clock is 360 degrees. You could easily have an analog clock that is both time of day and day of year, just based on the circle of a clock. It'd be really, really easy. All right, I need to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back.
I may as well do so too.
All right, let me hop into a vehicle here. All right, I gotta be quick because these are gonna collide. Did I get it in time? Oh, excellent. Perfection. That one is finishing it up, so this one, when it gets to the top, I can fire, and I mean, they'll get rehired. They're not completely out of a job. One thing you could do, I don't know if there might be a mod for the game, but one thing you could certainly do to make the worker system a little bit more realistic is have the farm itself, and you can hire workers on the farm, and you have a pool of available workers that you could then assign to a task. But when they're not assigned to a task, but they're in the list for the farm, they're still making a wage. So the incentive would be get them working as much as possible, even to the point of limiting the time of day that they're available, like 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Anything after 5 p.m., you're going to be dealing overtime. Like, you could tweak. It would be possible with scripts to be able to do that. You could tweak the system a bit to make that happen. Wouldn't be super hard to do, but it could be done. Now, whether or not people would like that kind of change, who knows? Okay. Now, those guys have a little bit of time left to go, so let's get this guy ready to rock and roll. And that is... I don't know why I'm not getting red rock. Before, when we would harvest, and then I would plow again, it would be red rock every time. But for some reason, it's not doing it. So I don't know. I don't know if we should spend the time collecting rock, or if we just plant over the top. Because collecting rock in these would take a long time. I could possibly maybe do it with course play. That is possible. Could do like 4 rock pickers on a field, 4 or 5. Never actually gotten 5 to work. And I'm afraid to try because I just feel that 5 would probably collide with one another just constantly. Okay, at least I don't have to worry about creating fields. But, I mean, yeah, it would be nice to collect the rock, but maybe I should just wait and plant it. Although, yeah, it should. If I plant it over the top of the rock, it should... It should do the second layer of fertilizer. That should be fine. This is a big field. What should we plant in this field? What should we plant? Definitely not cotton. I think one of these we should actually do potatoes, honestly. Because I don't think I've planted potatoes in a very, very long time. And since we're already going to buy a couple massive... I'm probably going to get... Well, I'll probably get 2 for that smaller field for the sugar beets. Then I'll probably get 2 more. If I plant this with potatoes, I'll probably get 2 more. But I'm thinking one of these big fields is going to be corn. I think. I'll have to look at my recipes and see. Because we're gonna need a healthy amount of corn. I don't know how much we're gonna get out of this field, but probably not enough to fill up that thing. And I still need to do the grapes. Definitely 100%, 100%, 100%. Not forget about that. All right. Hire the worker here. Hire the worker here. And just hope to God that this guy coming up here doesn't come and try to block this.
I'm back.
Oh my goodness. He's back.
Yup. So I had a question on your philosophy in regards to years and time of day and stuff. How so would you detach the concept of the time of year from the days, since
Time of year.
since there's approximately 365.25 days per year?
The day would be a single degree. So it would be 300. A day would not be 365 days. It would be 1 degree
Okay.
of our orbit around the sun. Right? So every day would be 1 degree. Because there's 360 degrees in a circle. So a day going by would be 1 degree. And then the months would be 30 degrees.
Okay, so then the day changing over would vary throughout our sunlight day.
Yeah, that is the one caveat that I said that I couldn't quite work out was as you're traveling the degree, right? So from one degree to the next, since you're a degree over, there is a single degree difference in the Earth's spin where and when you're on like the right side of the sun, you're having to go an extra degree of a spin to get, or 1 less degree to get to the sun side. And then when you're on the other side of the sun, you have to go 1 degree more. But then I realized, as I was thinking about it, it balances itself out, right? Half the year, you're sort of a degree, every day is sort of a degree off. And then the other half of the year, you've got an extra degree, which makes up for the other half, right? So it does balance itself out. You're exactly 360 degrees. The spin is exactly 360 degrees. Now, again, you're completely disconnecting the moon's lunar system, right? The lunar is completely arbitrary. It's on a 28-day spin, like orbit. and so you just have to completely disconnect the moon entirely. The moon cannot, the phases of the moon, none of that can apply to the actual time of day or the time of year because it's the same. Even if you look at the 365 days, why do we have a leap year every 4 years? Because a year is actually 365.25 blah 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 days, right? It's a fraction. So every 4 years we need a leap year to make up for that variant of our day. Whereas if we just had 360 degrees, there would always be 360 degrees. There's and the only reason that would be kind of quirky is Earth's orbit is actually a little elliptical and not a perfect circle. Right? We're a slight ellipse around the sun, not a perfect circle. Pretty much every orbit around the sun for every planet is a slight ellipse. So I don't know, it'd be a slightly, a little bit of varied here and there, but overall I think it would work with minimal correction. I don't think you'd really have to do a lot of correction. But yeah, I think that time system would make sense. That way, and then the time zones, right? The time zones, you could still do those, and you just base it off of. I mean, you could have it based off of what it is already based off of, but they are. If you actually look at a time zone map, I mean, it looks like a child drew them. It's like, why the hell are these drawn this way? But yeah.
Personally, I say just do away with it.
Time zones?
Yep. People would adjust.
You'd have universal time?
Yep.
I mean, yeah, you could easily do it where it doesn't really matter, if you live in an area that 6 o'clock universal time is sunrise, right? Somebody else might have, 4 a.m. universal time is sunrise.
I mean, we essentially already kind of have something like that. It's just we treat it differently, I should say.
Yeah, we have Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah.
Yeah. We definitely need to do away with daylight savings time. That's a given. Nobody likes daylight savings time anymore. That's an old, antiquated practice from the time of burning whale oil on street lamps. But
there was also other benefits in regards to.
Well, yeah, as farmers, but
well,
farmers.
See, that I don't.
Farmers were largely based on sunrise and sunset anyway, so it doesn't matter what time.
Farmers. Other workers. But like I say, my suggestion to just use universal time would actually go hand in hand with getting rid of that too. Is because I'm having trouble articulating myself. I mean, you're already wiping it out. So at that point, people are going to have to just get used to the fact that you don't, that midnight isn't technically midnight. It's not, midnight isn't 12 p.m. Midnight varies depending on where you are.
Right,
And
just
at
like,
that point-
and also, when you see like, when you see like an old Western, and they, high noon is the sun is at right above you at high noon. Well, that only happens in the center of a time zone, right?
Yep.
And so for me, I'm more to the west of a time zone, so my high noon is actually like 1 to 1:30. That's where the sun is at peak height. So again, you just adjust to wherever you're living. It's not like people aren't unable to adjust. It's just changing things this late in the. It's a lot easier to make changes when the population is minuscule than when you got a giant amount of people that don't even know how to tell time on an analog clock. You'd be surprised on how many people do not know how an analog clock works. It's shocking, actually.
Yeah.
I even have distinct memories in school, in second or third grade, of the teacher having a big wooden clock that she would set to certain times, and we'd have to call out what time it was and learn how to read a clock. I don't even do they even do that anymore?
I don't think so.
It seems like very little effort is being done to teach kids anything these days, except pronouns and stuff that doesn't matter.
And it's weird because they've been raising standards too at the same time in a lot of regards, and it's just like the national testing. I don't know if you've heard about those, but
I mean, maybe there's some pockets of raising standards, but Oregon, that governor just signed a law, or signed something that removed reading, writing, and math requirements to graduation for high school.
Oof.
In order to help minorities. And it's like,
Oh.
that is the most insulting shit I have ever heard.
And just plain racist.
It's so insulting. How is anybody okay with that shit? How is anybody seeing that going, oh, that's fair? It's like, you're literally lowering the standards, eliminating the need of reading and writing and math. That, to me, that is the most insulting, deplorable shit I have ever heard. It's shocking to me that people are okay with that. I remember that somebody tweeted out that news article, and it showed the governor signing, showed her showing up the bill, and behind her, all these kids, all these minority kids were behind her, and they were all wearing shirts, and you couldn't quite make out what it said on the shirts because there wasn't a kid that was you could obviously see the shirt. There was always little bits and pieces. And I remember I replied to that tweet and I said, I was like, unfortunately, all those kids are wearing shirts they can't read. Because you're eliminating the standards of reading. It puts zero pressure on students and teachers to actually teach this shit. What do you think they're going to do when they enter the job market and they don't know how to freaking read? What do you really think that they're going to be able to get a job? Or basic math?
There are not many jobs that if you don't have a good understand or a decent understanding, not even necessarily a good understanding of both of those, would you be able to do it?
Yeah, it's insane to me. It's insane to me what is going on right now. In certain pockets of the world, doesn't make any sense.
And the result is just going to be that it's going to continue keeping minorities, lower employment, etc. All the stereotypical things. It's just going to propagate them and keep making them have some validity, which bad way of saying it, but
well, it also deflects responsibility, right?
Yeah.
If students and parents are not being pressured to perform well and conform to some sort of standard, then when they get into adulthood and they don't have those skills, they can say, you didn't teach me those skills.
Yeah.
Right? And pass the blame and say, well, I was a kid and you didn't teach me this, so, who's really to blame here? And they, there's a valid point to that, but also you're now there's a generation that doesn't know how to freaking read, And like, what are their priorities when they start raising kids? It's almost like that idiocracy. Like, you just keep, every generation is a little dumber than the next. Well, all that does is create sheeple, and like, you're just going to erode very quickly over just not very many generations. You're just going to erode any desire for innovation, invention, entrepreneurship. You're gonna create such a dependency on the state and the government that people are going to be willing to give up everything, and that is not going to benefit anybody.
Yeah.
Okay, that is done. Now we need plows. Let's go plows. Unfold this. Yeah, it's just sad. I mean, I'm sort of over the hill and into the downhill side of my life, and I just feel bad for young people. Somebody who's just like entering high school today. Their life, their way of life is going to be so radically different from what I grew up with, and the opportunities and the pressures are going to be tough. It's going to be just really tough.
And the sad part is that it should, in many respects, be easier. You know, we have there's such massive innovations in computing and automation and
Right. Well, the emphasis isn't on knowledge. The emphasis is on social conformity. I mean, my brother knows a young person who just started college, and his first computer science class, first day of class, the teacher hands out a bunch of name tags, and something I never did. I have my bachelor's degree. Not one class, not one, did I know the names of my classmates. We never handed out name tags in class. Nobody's there for social hours, especially my computer classes. Like, it's insane. Yeah. So the teacher, the professor, hands out name tags and instructs everybody to not only put their name on there, but their preferred pronoun. So nobody get them wrong. Nobody was offended. Nobody gets mad because you use the wrong pronouns. And it's like, if that is what they're emphasizing in college, what is actually being taught? What lessons are actually being taught? It's just unfortunate that is what's important. Not actual like teaching of things, but God forbid we offend somebody. Like, Jesus.
Yeah, and even in regards to the whole name tag thing, whatever happened to introducing yourself to potential friends? Right. I mean, college is when you're supposed to get out there and meet new people.
And figure out how to actually talk to one another. Hey, I am so-and-so, what's your name? Right? And just like shoot the shit with somebody. Sit next to them in class and just talk before class and just, get to know somebody, make friends. If you're taking that out of it, then what are you actually teaching a person about, how to be social? College should be about prepping you for like the real world, and the real world, most companies do not care what your social pronouns and shit are. They just don't care. And if you put them on your resume, odds are you're not going to get an interview. Because that's a huge red flag. There have been many, many HR managers that have come out and posted videos and said, yeah, when I get a resume and the very top of that page is pronouns, it just goes into the junk pile. Because you automatically know that person is going to be a royal pain in the ass to work with. You just know that somebody makes the pronouns wrong, it just causes office tension, it just causes problem. And it's like, yeah, nobody wants to deal with that shit in the professional world. Yes, you can get woke companies that's what they're obsessed with, but it's only surface level. It's only surface level. Usually there's a mountain of hypocrisy in a company like that. Where yeah, they'll say all of this, but they don't give a rat's ass who they're offending. Like, it's just sad.
Yup.
But yeah. Even Hightail, they posted back in June. Again, virtue signaling. They posted on Twitter the screenshot and it included a bunch of rainbow flags and shit. And this is a game, right? Meant to be for everybody. And then you're singling out a certain group and you're like, oh, this game is blah blah blah. And it's like, most people don't give a shit. Most people are just like, just live your life. I don't care. And to do that in a game is the stupidest thing to do, because I don't want a game that emphasizes this. That's why you get rants and stuff with like Starfield, with the pronouns and stuff in Starfield. It's like, this is not needed. This is not needed in a game. All right, hire this. All right. I think Oz is already, yeah, he's already doing that.
Yep.
Oh, you can. All right. Now, let's see. Do I finally have enough goddamn time to do oh my god, this is, yep, okay. I have to run. Let's get some grapety grapes going.
Yeah, Subnautica. I don't know if I ever talked to you about this, but Subnautica had a bit of an issue at one point. And this isn't pronouns so much, but it kind of, it's a signal that that's probably going to be their next step. When they were still in development of Subnautica, they released I think it was a Twitter poll, and they might have polled other places also. They gave the audience member two options. Do you want the ability to change the main character to a female rather than a male? So and there's not much storyline in regards to the character. You can barely even see that it's a guy. And or alternatively, do you want more content? And overwhelmingly, the players voted more content, and that ticked off feminists.
Oh, I'm sure.
And they actually, as a result of that, it gained scrutiny on their company, and they had to find a sacrificial lamb to to wreak their vengeance upon, and they found somebody in the company that didn't agree with things. And it was I think it was somebody that was just basically talking about the unfettered immigration into the country. And this was back before it was as large of a deal as it is now. And the company fired said person. I think it was a guy, but they fired him. Yeah.
Jesus.
Just because, oh, this person doesn't agree with our politics, you have to fire him. But yeah, and then the next game that came out, it actually went through some odd iterations. Apparently, they did a massive change to the storyline, but it was um a female main character, and originally I think they had the sister was actually interfacing with her, giving her suggestions or something like that. And then the change came about that um the main character is looking for her sister, but it turns out that the sister is dead already. But yeah, the second game, um, it had no innovations. It had, natural progressions. It added some interesting things to the game, but it didn't innovate at all, if you kind of understand what I'm saying.
Right. It was just like
Okay.
a cookie cutter. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't even say cookie cutter, because it did, added some spit and polish, you know. So it was an upgrade, but it wasn't in any regards groundbreaking.
All right. I want to make sure I get 1, 2, 3.
Oh, it should have been a DLC, but instead it was a second standalone game.
Yeah, the new Assassin's Creed that just came out, I heard that was supposed to be a DLC too, but yeah, they made that a full game. So I don't know.
Oof.
I don't know what it was supposed to be a DLC for, like which version, because the last version was like Valhalla, I think. So it was like a Norse themed Assassin's Creed, and the one that they just came out is a Middle East. It takes place in Iran, essentially, like Baghdad. Or no, that's Iraq. Yeah, yeah. So your guess is as good as mine. Like, okay, that is in out in out. In, out. What the hell is that? Is that a bird?
Things you don't
Oh,
want your doctor to say.
yeah. It's like it looks like a little, like from this perspective, that crow walking on the ground looked like a little beaver or something walking on. I was like, what? I've never seen that animal before, but it was just a crow. Or
Yeah, I think gaming companies overwhelmingly are becoming um uh, what's the word, progressive. Um
well, I mean, some of them are definitely
whatever.
that way. I mean, they're way off the deep end. And I mean, I don't mind some progressivism. I don't mind, like, taking care of people and making sure that you're fair. But the problem isn't fairness. The problem is you're preaching to people. And
Yeah.
when I play a game, I'm playing a game not for the realism. I'm playing it to have fun. And
Yeah.
when you take a game, imagine if Skyrim, right? Do you think Skyrim would have been as popular if if you were playing that game and suddenly you come across like some weird character that doesn't quite make sense in the society? I mean, you're dealing with, in Skyrim, you're dealing with a largely Norse influenced society, right? There's Thanes, and there's it is very, very Nordic, and a very traditional, very Nordic and not a whole lot of, trans people or whatever you want to say, in those societies, and it just doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit the overall game. And if it doesn't fit the game, putting it in doesn't make any sense unless you're trying to signal, unless you're trying to manipulate things, and that is just nobody wants that shit. I don't know how this thing is lower than the surrounding landscape, but smooth that out. Must have been a weird bump or something. All right, grapes needs plowing. See? That makes sense to me. Needs plowing. So purchase. Let's do grapes. We're going to 17 miles an hour. This is the modded version, so I want 17 miles an hour. Fine. No idea what the difference between all these tires is, but Trelleborg is fine. I don't care. 2 of these. Small tractors. Where's the... There it is. Antonia Carrera. Should we go for the electric version or the gas version? 24, 21. I don't think it really matters that much. 98 horsepower. That's a manual. Okay. Yeah. This is, I think, what I want.
We were talking about the metric system. Specifically, we were talking about Celsius at the time, but I was talking about the constants and things like that. But also, conversions are really important in the metric system. For example, 1 cubic meter is 1,000 liters,
Yes.
and that's one thing that I when it comes to science, yes, use the metric system because it's the best we have. I think they could have done a better job, but a lot of that is hindsight. Like you had said that they were basing something upon the circumference of the planet, but the problem is they did it wrong because they didn't know at the time, or the people who designed it anyway didn't know at the time that the Earth isn't a perfect sphere. It's actually um, along the equator, it's larger.
Yeah, there's a bulge along the equator.
You know, and that's because of for people who don't know, centripetal force. Since the Earth spins, it it actually counteracts gravity a little bit.
Well,
And
it's an extra force. It's at the equator. There's a spinning at X miles an hour, and at the equator, it's such a wider body that it's like getting in a fair ride that's spinning. You're pushed to the outside. That's happening at the equator, so there's a bulge.
Yep. That's the centripetal force.
Centripetal force, yeah. Yes, sir. Okay, I bought enough stuff here. It was a lot of money. Yes. Okay, so we have... Come on. Fingers crossed.
Oh, speaking of that, I got something weird I want to talk about, but I don't want to interrupt you
Ooh,
if you're in the middle of
weird.
something. Yes, weird. Is it a good time?
Sure. Good a time as any.
So yeah, you've seen that I've been playing that Crust demo, or maybe you haven't been seeing it, but you know I've been talking about it.
Yeah, you brought it up.
For the audience, there's a demo out for the game called The Crust, and it's based on Mars. And you can look it up
Moon.
if you're curious. But
It's actually
what's it?
based on the moon.
Yes, the moon, the other Mars. Thank
Yeah,
you.
the other Mars, yeah. The closer Mars.
That's my brain twitchy thing going on. Sorry, everybody. Um, but it occurred to me, and I don't know why this popped into my head, but what if we were to alter the speed of the rotation? Because one thing about the moon is that it has far less gravity, just a crazy degree less gravity than us.
Are
And
you
that's
talking about the
probably
rotation in orbit or the actual body itself rotating? Because it's tidally locked.
the body itself. Yeah, well, in the game it rotates.
Well, it
So
does
there is
rotate, right? It does
Um,
rotate, but it's just tidally locked to the Earth. That's why we see it. That's why they see the same face, no matter
Oh,
what
okay.
time of year it is the rotation period and the
revolution.
revolution is matches up.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I was misunderstanding what you're saying. I'm having a worse day than usual, so my brain is all over the place. But I was thinking about that. What if you accelerated that? Made it spin faster.
Hmm.
And if you did it enough, it would actually counteract gravity more.
To what end? Why
But
would you do that? Why would you want to
it
do
was
that?
just a weird random thought that popped into my head, but I actually am leading to somewhere that is beneficial. If you accelerated it enough, you could actually make it so that the centripetal force is great enough that you would have Earth gravity, except it wouldn't be towards the moon, it would be away from the moon, which would pose dangers, obviously.
Need to get flung off into space.
Yeah, I mean, if you weren't in a building, yeah, you could get flung off into space.
But what would the? Oh, I mean, it would be.
There would be some benefit. It would be a lot easier to work there if people were inhabiting it. But like I say, it was just a weird random thought. It wasn't, does this have any benefit? Could it be used for something? It was just, it's us crazy time.
Well, the number one thing that I disagree with a lot of people on, even I shudder to admit, even Elon Musk, I disagree on his viability of a Mars colony. Right? He wants to go to Mars. He wants to essentially back up the human race. And it's admirable, but what do you think the chances of it being successful? And I think the chances are pretty damn low that it would be successful. For one, you cannot terraform Mars. We do not have the technology to terraform Mars. Because in order to successfully terraform Mars, I don't care what science fiction you're looking at, Mars does not currently have a magnetic field. And any terraforming, any gas, CO2, if you look at like Total Recall, the original, CO2 you dump in, whatever it is, would not work. Because the Mars right now is dumping, I think the last time I heard, they calculated 100 tons of the atmosphere every day is being ejected into space because of the solar wind. The sun is stripping the atmosphere off Mars. So any amount of gas that we put in the atmosphere would immediately disappear. So it'd be a futile effort without rebooting in some way, shape, or form the magnetic field, which would mean we would have to literally like dig down to the core, remelt the core, and then get it spinning to generate the magnetic field, which on a planetary scale is kind of tough.
Yeah, that would be a crazy endeavor. It's not as easy as one of Buggy's favoriteest movies.
No, yeah, my favorite. Yeah, my favorite is yeah.
Some sarcasm involved in that.
This is a little bit, yeah. Yeah, so it's impossible. Not only okay, so you take the technical side, even removing terraforming, just a colony on Mars, whether it's above ground or below ground in tunnels, whatever, right? It's still viable. You could still do it. It gets enough sunlight. You can grow crops. It is possible. But the other challenge is, and the other reason why I think it would fail, is how do you weed out the assholes? How do you prevent assholes or troublemakers from getting to Mars, right? The isolation of Mars, once a population of people are on it, in confined spaces over a long period of time, there's been no experiment done that people don't end up at each other's throats. So how do you fix that, right? How do you fix that? I just think that there are just, as far as social goes, there's just too many problems. There's too many problems. Unless you could absolutely weed out people and have some, have a lot of communication, have constant shipments, people going back and forth. If people start getting a little homesick or stir crazy, you could, ship them off immediately, get them out of there.
Ooh, but that poses a lot of things.
That poses a huge problem with fuel and limited resources. It's a huge problem. And on that vein, one of the things I want to talk about, my brother recommended a book to me, and then he bought me the book for a gift because he's like, you got to read this, because I love science fiction. And so he bought me this book. He's like, you got to read this. It's a great story. It's from the author of The Martian. And he wrote another book. The Martian was really, really good. And he bases a lot of his fiction in real reality, right? A lot of The Martian was based in reality. And so he tries to get it as close as possible. And so this new book, I don't know how new it is, but this book, I started reading it. By chapter 3, I wanted to read the whole book. I wanted to not stop reading. Like, not go to bed. Like, I wanted to read the rest of the book in one sitting. It was that good. And last night, I got to, like, chapter 7. And, oh, my God. This book is unbelievably good. If you're a fan of science fiction, which I am a science fiction aficionado, then you need to get Hail Mary from Andy Weir. I think Andy Weir is his name. But Hail Mary is the book. Oh my God. If you're a fan of science fiction, get that book, because it is, as so far, I'm up to chapter 7. It is a phenomenal book. Okay. Why don't you go hire a worker on that guy?
Sure.
and help me with the grapey grapes here. I want to get these starting to grow. So it says we need plowing. So I've doubled up on everything. So I've got 2 setups for plows and mulches, 2 setups for spraying fertilizer. So what you can do is you can customize this for the vehicle Duvalakis, because the things are exactly 2.5 meters apart. So if you're in the middle of one, what did we do last time? What did we set this to? Working with, I think it's 5.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you skip
Yeah,
one,
it's 5. So
5.
and that should allow you to easily turn the corner on each end. But I'm pretty sure I have enough rows here for it to even up, unlike the last time I did this. So I'm gonna drop both mulcher and plow, and then we're going to turn on mulcher. I don't know if the mulcher is actually needed. It just says needed to be plowed, but Coffee was the one that did it last time.
Should I bother?
Why is your
lifting?
plow not plowing as much as my plow is plowing?
That might be an optical illusion, because mine's actually getting 2 rows done at
Okay,
once.
it's just, yeah, the pixels are not, it's not exact.
Yeah.
Pixels are off a little bit. Okay, that's fine.
So yeah, optical illusion is the wrong word, but gets the point across.
Switch it over. And good to go. God, I'm hoping we do this right, because... yeah, I still don't know why, when we did when in the last world, that very last harvest, it just went from, like, stage 7 or whatever the last stage is to withered, and it didn't even get to harvest. It just went to withered right away. So I'm guessing it was because of the mulcher, or we didn't plow it. We did fertilize it, I know that, but yeah, for whatever reason. Very, very manual. I got to keep an eye on all the other shit we're doing. Yeah, I decided we're not going to rock pick this time around. And the blank spot next to the grapes there, that's going to be where all the greenhouses are going to go. We could do olives, but that's just more tedious back and forth with these tiny little tractors. Alright, and you going up that next row should finish it up, which is good. No, you need to go one over. It's not every row. It's every other row.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why you set the offset to 5.
Well, that's weird. I did set it to 5. It should have.
Yeah, you should be able to go right down the middle. Right down that middle area of the unplowed area, and it should be good to go. Now, I wonder if we can spray.
So then it's probably not 5. It should probably be 7.5.
Well, mine worked.
Weird.
Yeah, mine worked fine. My 5.
Because yeah, I was using the Alt A Alt D to switch it around.
Alright. Did you start in the middle? Did you start in between two, or did you start on the outside?
Started on the outside.
Oh, no, you start...
But
I had it lined up in the very center. Yeah, you start in the middle between the two, because it gets both sides at the same time. Well, you said you started on the outside.
Well, I was considering between these.
Yeah,
two.
these two here is where you start, and then you skip this one and you go to this one, and then you skip one and you go to this one, and you skip one and you go to this one.
Okay, let me
go ahead and raise up your plow.
Oh yeah. So if I set it up for this one, it doesn't. Yeah, now it wants to go down to this one. So I wonder if I don't care.
It's a mystery. All right, I just want to see if let me do a quick test. Okay, yep, it looks like it is fertilizing it. So go ahead and hop in the fertilizer, and we're going to do the same thing with fertilizer. Luckily, it doesn't actually use much fertilizer. But should be able to go in between the rows again. Keep an eye on this field here.
Oh, this one goes a little bit faster.
Yep. Yeah, just think, this is a mod separating these 2.5 meters. There's actually a version of these you can put them like 1.8 meters like together, like really close. I don't even know how you would do that and still be able to fit the tractor in there, but
So I got a weird random question for you.
Hmm.
This is kind of off to the side. I'm worried about some of my data. Yeah, you remember when I was streaming on Twitch for a while? I've still got all of those videos saved.
Okay.
But they're on a hard drive that's going bad. It's in the process. It hasn't kicked the bucket yet, but it's an inevitability.
The hell?
What's up?
Oh, this thing is caught up on something. God damn it. What the hell is it caught up on?
What the hell? Oh, there we go. But what would your recommendation be for, because I don't want to just get one hard drive and risk losing the data again.
Okay, so
Should I just get a second hard drive? I know
So
there's
you
RAID
have
systems.
so you have one hard drive. I'm trying to understand what you're actually asking. You have
Well,
one hard drive with videos on it, and what is wrong with that?
oh, the drive is going bad.
Oh, the drive is going bad. Okay.
Yep. So I've got to move it again, but I wanna have a backup. I want to have a backup plan. And
Okay.
yeah, RAID systems. I know those are an option, but those can fail also.
So you're wanting to back up the data as cheaply as possible. As I
Oh,
take
yeah,
it.
cheap but effective. I mean,
Um,
if there's
how much
big
data
chunks
do you
there.
know? Like total
It's at least a few gigs. But
by a few. Is it more than 10? More than 15?
uh, I disconnected to the drive, so I can't tell you for sure.
Okay.
But yeah, probably 15 or more.
Okay.
I know it passes the 5 mark with ease.
I mean, is it a platter or an SSD?
Platter.
I mean, platter drives are cheap. You can get a huge platter drive for crazy cheap.
I guess moreover, I'm just curious. I don't think an online storage would be the way to go.
Yeah, a free,
But
free Google Drive is, taps out at 15 gigs, I think.
yeah,
Um, I mean, there's an Amazon storage solution that is really cheap. You can get like 100 terabytes for like $4 a month. It's called the Glacial. It's like Glacial storage, and it's literally like extremely cheap. And they charge you for actually the transmission of the data, not for the storage of the data.
wow.
So as long as it's like long-term storage, Glacial. I think it's Glacial something. Other than that, I would say just get another platter drive, and just transfer from one to the other.
But from there, I don't wanna stumble upon the same problem again. If it's on a platter drive, eventually it's gonna go bad.
Well,
Sure, they should last
no
a
matter
year.
what solution you choose, there's the possibility it will eventually be lost. Even a solid state drive won't last forever.
Yeah.
But if you put it on you could get an external drive, like an external SSD drive. I've even got one laying around here somewhere. They make them pretty big, an external drive. The transfer rate isn't super high because it's like USB. But if it's just a backup, if it's just stuff you're backing up, you can put it on an external drive and then store the external drive very carefully and not have to worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah, the big vulnerability with the solid states is if you're doing rewrites.
Right,
Whereas
there's
a platter drive has a lifespan.
yeah, platter drive. If it's long-term storage, you don't have to worry about it at all.
Yeah.
Okay, so finished work. Did they collide? Oh my God, autosave. Worst timing ever. Yep.
Grab one of them.
I was hoping to get this spray done and have enough time left over.
Oh, that's a zany look. I'll fold this up and move it out.
Let's get this last little bit done. Get her washed. Be very careful with that plow. You could easily completely obliterate the field if you accidentally
Yeah,
hit
it's...
V on it.
Yep, my fingers are plenty far away from V, and they're not moving. Not V, damn it. Q. There we go. Oh,
Well, yeah, you want to
set it up with yours.
line her up. Okay, let's grab the... I am thinking, yes, we're going to plant corn over here. I know we already have corn planted right there, but you can never have too much corn, damn it. Never too much corn.
Unless you're talking about your diet.
Right. And unfold. I don't know how much seed and fertilizer is in that other one.
I'll take a peek. Almost 300,000 fertilizer.
Yeah, what's
So
the seed at?
is that 1,000 also? Yeah, 133,000.
It should be enough.
Okay. Whoa.
I mean,
okay.
it goes a long ways. I mean, especially the fertilizer. Fertilizer goes a long ways. The seed, will probably have to fill the seed up after we get this done. And my brother is messaging me now.
Should I set this up to work north to south on the east side?
This
west.
That one will be on the west side.
Okay.
I remember I go along the top, down one edge, and along the bottom, and then I hire the worker going up the other side. So
yeah.
And I always hire the worker on the side where the field is, so it moves the opposite side of the field. Because otherwise, if you go the other direction, if I hired the worker, if I just had the one on here, and I hired the worker on the west side, it would get all the way over to the east, and it might completely obliterate that field, which it's happened. And yeah. I'm not a happy camper when it does, because oh my god, is it annoying. All right, and keep an eye on the rock pickers as well once you get that parked, because this is going to take me a hot minute to get this ready to go.
Sure. Got a fair ways to go yet. But yeah, you know, those videos that I want to save, it's to the point where I contemplated writing to DVDs or maybe Blu-rays or something, but I haven't had good luck. It seems like those don't last long.
No, they don't.
It's weird,
especially the rewritable ones. The rewritable ones are really bad for long-term storage. Yeah, your best bet is like I would say a good SSD, like large external hard drive, because those are pretty cheap too. You can get 100 gig external drive for $40 or whatever they are now. Like, and as long as you're not trying to read and write constantly, an external drive is really all you need. For backup, for long-term backup.
Yeah. Are we doing corn again, you said?
Yeah, it's going to be corn.
Okay. And when I do get this going, I know you've got a ways to go yet, but turn on the seeder and lower it. That's the only thing I really need to worry about.
Yeah, if it's lined up,
Okay.
you lower it, turn it on, and move forward and hit H to hire a worker, and worker should take care of it.
That's good to know. I didn't actually know that. I never paid attention. It doesn't actually use fertilizer until it's moving.
Yeah.
Should I wait for you to start the headlands down there?
Oh
South
yeah.
side?
Don't run it yet. I don't want to be rushed
Yeah.
because.
Because yeah, I'm not sure whether it pays attention to that or not. I'm surprised that tape storage has lasted as long as it has. It's been a few years, but I had looked into it, and sure enough, they developed new technologies to just keep packing that stuff in.
Yeah. Well, there's. I mean, imagine how much data some of these companies are generating. I mean, you need cheap storage solutions to back up the literal petabytes and exabytes that are being generated. I mean, it's unbelievable how much data is out there.
Yep.
So you can't. I mean, geez, I just couldn't imagine. I just couldn't imagine how much is out there, considering all the data storage solutions and the server mirroring. I mean, look at Netflix. I mean, Netflix uses AWS, so they have when a Netflix gets movies, depending on the quality of movie, you might have an Ultra HD 4K movie for Netflix. Well, that movie alone is like 60 gigs.
Yeah.
And if that's mirrored around the world, whatever zones that movie is available, that could be on multiple servers. That is crazy. And then however the player manages it, you might have multiple versions of that. You might have a 4K version that people have access to, but if they can't support 4K, whatever app they're using, you don't want to stream a 4K movie if they can't support it, because that's just a lot of wasted bandwidth, and they're paying for that bandwidth. So they have a 1080p version. They have, several different versions of a movie, of the same movie, that they can pick and choose from depending on the requirements of the software, the streaming software. So like my PlayStation, I have a PS4, and that's what I use to stream all the content. That doesn't support 4K, right? But my brother, his setup does support 4K, so he can stream 4K off of Netflix. I can't, right? My hardware doesn't support it, so I don't. Netflix does not default to that. It's only when you actually can support it. So there's two different versions of all of that content that supports it. It's crazy how much data that is. Like, that is an immense amount of data, and that's just one movie, and they've got many. I'm thinking about at least temporarily getting a subscription to Netflix just to
catch up on some.
Yeah, there's a bunch of shows on there. I mean, I think they put Numbers up there. I wanted to rewatch Numbers. Which I wanted to rename the show Numbers to Metaphor. Because every single episode, the guy comes up with a metaphor for what he's actually trying to talk about in math. So every single episode includes a metaphor. It's great. I mean, the challenge of the people writing for that show was coming up with the damn metaphors every single episode, because it's a different It's a different metaphor every time.
Yeah.
You know, I remember the very first episode, because I've seen it several times, is the sprinkler. Seeing the crimes as where a sprinkler is setting, and then mathematically dialing it back to this point of origin. And so that is a metaphor, like, hey, you've got these what seemingly random crimes that are being committed by this group. Let's try to mathematically see from what common point do they originate, and they use the sprinkler metaphor. That's the only time they use the sprinkler metaphor, and yet the show, that's pretty much all he does in the whole show. But for me, I like shows like that. So my go-to Numbers, Elementary is a phenomenal. That's on Hulu though. But Elementary, I have watched that show through at least 6 times. I love that show. Just as a relaxing, like, good written, very well acted, not a lot of BS. You know, it's just a fun show to watch. Suits is fun. I have watched through that a couple times, and that's on Netflix now. There's definitely points in that show that are cringe. That's just like, oh god, I wish they wouldn't have done that. Not necessarily jumping the shark, but just like, god dang it, like, this is unnecessary bullshit. But towards the, I mean, I watched Suits because of the Mike character, right? That is why I watched that show, the Mike character. And yet, like, the very last season of that show, he is not even on the show. So I'm like,
oh boy,
I'm no interest in watching the last season. It's like season 6 or whatever, season 8, I don't know what it was. But he's not even on the show. Like, you introduced the whole series with this character. This is where the series comes from. Like, this is the show. This Mike character is the show, and yet, yeah, at the end he disappears off the show. Which sucks because I love that character. Oh shit. Okay, Jay, once Jay gets up. Well, that's no, yeah, once Jay gets up, he will be done, and then D will turn around and go up the field one last time, and he'll be done. And let's see, other shows. I mean, I really want to watch Forever again.
Oh yeah.
And that is on, like, the CW, but I have no idea if the CW has an app for the PlayStation. And what other shenanigans that what other hoops I would have to jump through even to watch it.
How many souls you'd have to sell?
Oh god, yeah. And yeah, I did look it up. Forever is only 1 season, but it's like 21 episodes or something, and they canceled it. I'm like, God, it needs.
Yeah, that one.
I would.
That one needed.
If I could fund it, I'd fund it for another 4 seasons, just so they could really, like, flesh out whatever they were intending. Because when you start a series like that, the guy is living forever. He's constantly being reborn, but he's not thousands of years old. He's only a couple 100 years old. And in the show, he actually meets another person who is, like, immortal, right? And it's like there's no explanation for what this phenomena is and what causes it. And I think you don't start a show like that without thinking about that. Like, okay, what is causing these people to be immortal? And let's reveal it slowly, which is what all shows do, and that's fine. But so I know that they had an idea, something that they had in mind. I just wish I knew what it was, because I'm a science fiction nerd, and I don't care if it's genes, if it's God. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just curious on what the showrunners thought this was the reason, and it would have been nice to know. I should just like track down who the producer, like who created the show, and just like track down their contact information and just email them like, hey, what was the reason? Like, can you just tell me what this was? Because it's just annoys the hell out of me that this show was canceled just so prematurely. And I know there's probably a place out there that has Stargate Universe. The thing that I loved about Stargate Universe is I like stories of everyday people who have a little bit of an extraordinary talent and who eventually get a great opportunity, right? So Stargate Universe, I like that show because the main, I call it the main character, the sort of overweight guy who's the mathematician who solves the problem in a game that ends up being an actual problem and then he discovers, right? I like that fish out of water trope of you have just a guy. God, my throat, my voice. You would think it would be better as much as I fucking talk. You have a guy playing this game, figuring this out. He's kind of a brilliant mathematician, and then he discovers, oh shit, we have like interstellar travel and spaceships and all this shit, and like the fish out of water realization of the unfolding of the revealing of all this like knowledge, where you're along for the ride and you can just imagine what it's like. There was one Stargate SG-1 episode like that, one or two. No. Stargate Atlantis. Yeah. Roddy McKay. Yeah, he actually has to reveal to somebody that, yeah, this is actually a little bit deeper. So I like those episodes. I like that trope. I like people realizing, sort of seeing the behind the curtain a little bit. I don't know why, those kinds of tropes I like. I don't know why, but I do. I think they're good. How much more?
It feels to a lot of people. It scratches that itch that first movie I can think of that hits on it is Last Starfighter.
Yes, The Last Starfighter.
Yeah.
Um,
And I'm sure that was based on some other, probably a book or something like that.
Yeah, probably Isaac Asimov or one of the big guys.
Yeah.
Probably came up with a story like that. But and remember I mentioned the show the book Hail Mary. There's an element of that in the book, and that's one of the reasons why I'm just like, this book is awesome. Because yeah, there is a definite element of that, and it's phenomenal, and you're sort of along for the ride. But it's written in a way and there's humor in it. I mean, it's just brilliant. As far as other shows, I mean, there's nothing recent. There's nothing like in the last couple of years that I've ever been even remotely interested in. What else? What other shows do I like?
It's probably only going to get worse now that we got that writer's strike.
Oh man, it's gonna get well, the shows are gonna get shorter for sure.
Yeah,
100% gonna get shorter. Because the stupid writers thought, oh, we're gonna get them. We're gonna make it so they have to hire so many writers for so many episodes, and the studios are just gonna be like, all right, well, every series is not gonna be only 10 episodes. Like, yeah, good luck.
I wanted to mention something but you keep going if you're trying to think of something.
No, give me time to
Okay.
think of something.
Um, you reminded me. I actually thought of it on Saturday. I think because we were talking about time travel, but this time it reminded me because of the whole um, Last Starfighter type thing. There's a Hulu show called Future Man. I don't know if you've heard of that
Yeah,
one.
I started watching that and then I lost interest in it.
Yeah, the first episode I think was pretty rock solid, but then after that it
Yeah, it was like they had a great idea for a pilot,
yeah.
and then when they were asked to continue, they were like, all we thought of
Wait,
was the
what?
pilot. the entire thing was the pilot. You want us to make more?
We
Um,
blew all our creativity on the first episode. Dang it. But I just love the part where, he's playing a video game, and it has two characters, Wolf and Tiger in it. And it just in typical video game fashion, his allies are out wandering around beating the hell out of the bad guys, the biotics, and they have the lingo. This is like my favorite part of the whole show. Like uh, back crush or face slam, etc. And they're fighting, and the characters have all those noises. Well, or say all those phrases. It turns out that there's a Last Starfighter twist to it where those characters are actually real people from the future. Sorry, everybody's big spoilers, but I'm evil, so deal with it. Um, I love later in that episode, or maybe it's the next episode, where those same characters are actually fighting people, and they're doing the same thing. Making those same phrases while fighting, something that nobody would actually do. And it's just, so you're watching this character watch it, just going, what the hell's going on two levels. Not only are they just badasses, but they're also making those weird video game phrases. That's the word I was looking for. But I'm getting ambushed. I'm going to mute for a bit.
dun, dun, dun. I'm tempted to get two more planters. But I don't think. I mean, it would be nice. We're probably going to need two more anyway, because as we add more and more land and more big fields, we were going to need more and more planters for keeping up with everything.
Alrighty, I back.
Ambush.
Yep. Yeah, I was actually. It's weird because I was actually looking for a clip of that fight scene. I couldn't find it. It's weird. Because I mean, it's like my favorite part of the whole series, and Did nobody else like it, or what?
Yeah, probably not.
Well, I guess I am insane, so, you know.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, if I remember, the main character was this like kind of nerdy looking white kid.
Yep. Janitor.
And yeah, he didn't have very much. There was something about him that just didn't capture like the show, right? It was like Future Man, and it was, I don't know whether or not it was gravitas or believability or whatever it was. I couldn't get into whatever it was they were trying to sell, right? It was just like, I just didn't believe it enough. Okay.
Part of it was that they were going less sci-fi and more comedy.
Yeah, I mean, comedy is okay. Certainly, I don't have anything against comedy.
Yeah.
But yeah, because sci-fi and comedy, that's fine. I have no problem with that. But it can be bad. It can be written bad, and I just didn't. Maybe it was the mood I was in. Something about it just didn't. It just didn't grab me. Okay. So here we have. Yeah, this dairy. What I'm gonna do. Really? There it is. Production. We're gonna use the rest of the milk that's in here for cheese. That's a $60,000 thing. And huh. There. A little bit better. Damn it. There. That allows, when you manually do it like that, that allows you to not have to shut off the production. But I think I shut it off anyway. So let's process the rest of this sorghum. Okay. This flour we deliver to the bakery. Yeah. Let's try to max that bakery out. In flour. Got eggs in there. Could use a lot more flour. Wait, what is this? Oh. This is already done. Wow. That did not take long. To use all that milk? Holy Moses. That reminds me. Jeez. Okay, let me go find a truck. Well, let's check the planters. turn the Jake brake off. There we go. I forgot it's opposite. It's opposite day.
Not even sure how to use the Jake brake.
It's just a thing that when you let go of the forward, right? Jake brake off. Jesus. It's the sound. That's basically what it is. It's just the sound effect. I don't know if it actually stops fast. I've not been able to detect any difference in how fast it stops. It just makes more noise when the Jake brake is on. And while it's cool when you first get into it, it gets annoying because it's loud. It gets really annoying. It's a lot quieter if you're in the cab, but let's go and let's sell all this cheese. Although this might require... Oh, no. What's weird is I'm able to load all of this in this thing, and yet there is a refrigerated version that you need to use for like cake. So only some products need the refrigerated. Okay. All that cheese is ready to sell. Let's make sure cheese is stored. We are going to enable canola oil into butter. Oh, look at that. 420. 420 pallets of cheese. How apt. Sell these real quick. And let's push out canola oil, which should be full. Yep. So if I can do this. Do that. That way I don't actually have to stop the production. It'll just eject that amount, and we're good to go. And get that over here to the dairy. Oh. Okay. This, I think I already turned on the butter recipe. Yep. And I can hold 5 million liters there. But we are gonna get a full supply of that. Now I gotta think. Yeah, I could set this to automatic distribution, but where's the fun in that? We need some greenhouses. Okay, where I am. Now, again, this hydroponics greenhouse, I have one, and then one, I have a mirrored version. So you can, I want the mirrored version here. What we're gonna do, place this down. I need to drive a truck of some kind to get the spacing just right. If I try to wing it, I end up having to redo it anyway, so might as well do it right the first time. You wanna get these so truck is gonna be right there. Right, so there. And there we go. All right. Now, I already have automatic water distribution. I just want to make sure we save it because that adds 6 more productions. So this menu, yep. Well, I'm glad I saved it. Can I do... If I open the door here, can I open production menu? Yeah. We're gonna have to restart.
Alright.
Because it does not like that. I'm glad I saved
Should I
it before I opened that up.
Should I fire these workers and such?
Yeah, trying to fire them and then as fast as possible back it off. Oh wow, what happened to this guy? Holy... This guy really messed up. We're gonna have to drive him back.
Yeah, the one of these planters stopped at the end.
Well, this one just had,
Or missed.
like, yeah, massive areas that it missed. Probably, I don't even know why it would do that, but...
Okay, it looks like I still missed a tiny bit, but oof.
Alright, let's just line this up. I'll fix it when we reload it. Damn it. Okay.
What happened there? What was...
I have no idea what happened here. Has to do probably with lag in the... Yeah, probably lag of some kind. Save the game again. Go ahead and exit.
see, lined up better, but we'll deal with it later.
And okay. Let memory sort of clear out a little bit. Always good. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go back. Let's just make sure these new mods are still okay.
Sorry, but I think I might have to abandon you.
Yeah, having struggling.
Yeah, my head issue is just getting worse and worse. It doesn't seem to want to clear up.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. So yeah, I think I'm gonna pop off. Sorry.
Alrighty. Well, it is what it is. I mean,
Yeah. I'll still be watching. If you're in desperate need, you can give a holler.
okay.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Alright, let's see if that actually fixed it. Yep, it did. Get strawberries started. Wait. Huh. Weird. Let's go back to this. This. Okay, let's see what it does. Are you gonna turn be good, or are you gonna be bad? 'Cause I don't know what the hell it was doing over here, but Excellent. Okay. So it is going to be. It's going to behave. Go over here. And H. Exit. Excellent. Now, that is ready to go. And those are ready to go. Now I need to fill up these with fertilizer. The water should be done from this guy. I do have this guy distributing. Let's fill these up. Let's make the priority higher for water. Excellent. Okay, that way, hopefully, it'll give water here before here, because I guess I lowered it. 10 million. Okay, good. This was 100 million. So, yeah, I'm kind of glad that I lowered that. 100 million was just too damn much. Let that fill. I don't think I have enough milk to really yeah. I could do the slurry. Where is the Utamog? I wonder where Os put that. There it is. Yeah, let's go get some slurry. The big trigger, I guess. Food. Okay, you got plenty of food. How are you guys doing for straw and food? You got lots of food. Straw, you still got lots of straw. Happy cows. Happy, happy cows. Ooh, let's check. Okay, whew. I was a little concerned. Yeah, when those things collide, when those DB-120s collide in the middle of the field, it is a nightmare getting them separated. Um, okay, now we gotta keep a close eye on these, and we gotta decide what we're gonna plant. So this one, I think we will let this guy go. The other one can go back down. This guy's got plenty of seed. So what are we going to plant in the other field? And let's wash it. Let's see. What are we gonna plant? Sunflowers? No. Soybeans? No. Sugar beets? No. Did we decide? No. See, if we have to, if we do potatoes. Potatoes are, that's a completely different. Yeah, we might want to do potatoes just for funsies. That is a completely different DB-120 because potatoes, the ground type that it changes it to is different. It's a unique, like, mounded ground type. Sort of what carrots are going to need when that expansion comes out. Let's see what's going to be left over on this side. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, there's going to be a little wiggly strip left over, so this guy will. Yep. Now I could go and grab a tractor and grab this. Is this planted? Please tell me this is planted. It looks like it is. Okay. Could you unfold any slower, please? Just a little bit slower would be great. I'm not getting any younger here. So, yeah, if we're going to do potatoes, that is a completely different set of DB120s. Because the mounds, what the terrain, what the dirt looks like is different, and it's not compatible with this, with what this changes the dirt into. I tried to make it work, but all right, let's fire the worker, hold it up. The other planter should hit the end of that and automatically detect that there's no more to do. If not, I'll have to jump into that really quick. Anybody know offhand what the growth, how many growth stages potatoes have? Be nice to know and not have these fields synced up again. Because this was a lot. This is a massive amount of stuff that we harvested off these two fields. There's the finished work that I was looking for. Excellent. This is why we have tractors that can travel so fast. Didn't get a chance to expand the farm this stream. These fields are getting pretty big. We got several $1 million worth of equipment. Oh, there's the dead zone. So funny. The same place in this map. It's just dead. Dead sound. It was bizarre. I don't know. Okay. Actually, I need this. This other field is ready to go. We're going to do potatoes. Purchase. Trailer. Oh, it's easier to find it. Potatoes. Wait, what? Is there a potato? There it is. There it is. DB120 potato version. I mean, it's exactly the same. It just plants potatoes and makes the terrain what it needs to be. Wheel brand, I don't really care, but Trelleborg looks pretty cool. 31 miles an hour, that's fine. GPS doesn't matter. Work lights, I like work lights just in case. Everything there is fine. Let's buy one and dos. Now, the real challenge let's see if I could put fertilizer in this thing. Before, I can't remember whether or not I was able to put fertilizer from this fertilizer maker into this. Because the triggers on this are... There it is, start filling. Good, excellent. Let's put 500k fertilizer in here. And then I need seed. Oops. Just ran over the Unimog with this thing. Farm factory. Farm supply factory. Which seed do I have? Yeah, I don't have very much. Another use for corn. Just spending money like I have it, you know. Let's put 200,000. That'll ensure, without a doubt, we have plenty. We won't need to refill it again for quite a long time. Maybe up to 100,000. This is getting racy and it's slow as hell. More than plenty for that field. Oh, it's pretty much like 1,000. Yeah, 100,000 is 92,000, so almost 1-to-1 liter per dollar. Okay, get out to here. Oh, right about there, I think. And let's grab the other one. Interesting, like usually I'm on the Prairie Hills and the Rolling Hills map. I had a huge problem when buying these DB120s that when they would appear or when you disconnect them from the tractor, the things would drop and then like anchor themselves into the ground, right? That happened to me many times. You'd have to get out with like super strength and just basically jar it out of the ground in order to get it to come out. I've really not had that problem at all on this flat map. So I don't know if it's like the average height is fine, or what, but yeah, I really haven't had that big of a problem with that on this map, which is weird. All right, now let's empty out the rest of the seeds from here. This is able to fill much faster. Potatoes for everyone. You see how it says lower potatoes for everyone? Yeah. That's funny. Get taters in the ground. You'll see in a second the difference in the terrain that why I needed to have one of these special. And there you go. You can see the mounds. Yeah. That is unique. And I believe when eventually the carrots and stuff, when that DLC is like, I think next month, you're gonna have to do this to the terrain before you even plant. So you're gonna have to have a special like dirt mounder, that's gonna have to go through the field, and then you can come by with the planter and it'll plant on those mounds. Now I'm sure modders will probably, maybe, possibly figure out how to do that artificially, because the field sizes or the equipment to do that in the expansion pretty small. It's not something you'd want on a field this big. There's no way. I think the harvester, I think there's one harvester that does either 2 or 4 rows at a time. So you can imagine how tiny that is compared to the size of this field. It would be a challenge to harvest this field with a harvester that small. And on top of that, I don't think yeah, I don't think the harvesters actually have any internal storage. So you have to like drive next to the harvester itself, because it doesn't have any internal storage, so it's just constantly is dumping out. I'm not 100% sure about that though. There are a few channels that have covered like some of the equipment that's coming out, but it's actually using quite a lot of liters of potato seeds to plant this thing. A surprising amount, actually. I might have to... Wow. Not using very much fertilizer, but holy cow, is it using a lot of seeds. Yeah, this is using a lot of seeds. Holy cow. We're over 10,000 just on this straightaway. This had 100,000 when I started. See what happens when we get to the other end, what we're going to be at. So over the top and down one side is going to be, we're at about 40,000 right now. Yeah, 40,000. Everybody. For a top and one side, 40,000. That's an impressive amount of seeds used in one shot. So I think when this thing gets back up to the top, we're gonna have to spend some money and get some more in it, and fill up the other one more than what we have already. I forgot, like, wheat, barley, and corn is all we can use for generating seeds. I don't think we have any corn left in the silo. I'm pretty sure we don't. Why is it using so many more seeds than it is? I guess it's having to plant chunks of potato. You have to have 2 eyes, I think. When you plant a potato, you have to have whatever piece that you put in the ground has to have at least 2 eyes. It's either 1 or 2 eyes on the potato itself that the chunk needs in order for it to actually grow. I can't remember which it is, 1 or 2. But volume-wise, it makes sense that it's using a lot more volume in liters for the seeds. So it doesn't make sense. It's just, I guess I wasn't prepared for that. For a field this big, yeah. But the potatoes we get on the other end of this is going to be, the yield of potatoes is pretty damn high. Okay, so let's not overlap so much. Okay, let's hire the worker on this. And then go up to this other one. And immediately go over and start filling him up with some more seeds, because yeah, I have a feeling we're gonna need, we might as well just fill it up. I don't know how much. 120,000 is 30%, so 240 is 60%. 240, 306, so maybe 400,000 is what it actually holds. Possibly, maybe. Of course, there's a trailer block through here. Couple, in fact. Let's get this started filling. I think I can start filling and then walk away. Really? Yes. Yeah, it's going to be expensive. It's going to be $400,000 to fill that up. But yeah, this is, remember, we started at about 45, between 45 and 50,000 liters on this branch, and we're going to have 20. So it's going to use 20,000 liters for every width that it goes along, and you know, it's it's a big damn field. So we're definitely going to need to fill these up. So it is what it is. We just have to spend the money. Kind of amazing amount. I'm so glad I didn't unfold that other one. So glad. And I sped up the animation too. That was one of the things that Cup of Coffee suggested. The animation is sped up 2x, maybe even 4x. Like, yeah, it's by default, it's a very, very slow animation. Fill her up. Yep, 400,000 I think is going to be the actual figure here. That's close. I mean, I hit the... I really belted that. Go. Okay. Let's get this one ready to go. Go forth and plant me potatoes. Oh. There it is. Oh wow, it's only... Whew. That's a lot of seeds and stuff. Let's go. Yeah, the discharge rate of this thing could use a little bit of work. Wow, it doesn't even have a collision box. Okay, I see how it is. That way vehicles can just drive right through it. So realistic. Okay, there we go. Yay, it remembered. It remembered. There is the worker. There we go. Potatoes are in process. Aren't normal maps cool? It's a normal map that makes us look 3D. It's not actually, it's actually a flat terrain. You can tell there's the tire tracks, right? So it's a flat texture, but the normal map is what makes it all look all 3D and stuff. So normal maps are kind of an amazing little tech that there's not enough love for the invention of the normal map. Whoever came up with that, never really seen anybody deep dive into rendering tech. There's a channel that used to have, or they used to post pretty regular, like really good behind the scenes sort of stuff. It's called No Clip, like crowd-funded documentaries. Haven't really seen anything major come out of them in a while. Nothing spectacular anyway. But yeah, it'd be cool to have like a deep dive into the evolution of rendering tech. Talk to the people who invented, or whatever teams, whatever, however you can trace it. But the normal map, specular map, that kind of stuff. So somebody had to come up with it. Like, it's not an intuitive thing encoding 3D data into a 2D texture. I mean, it's not an obvious thing to do. All right, now I want this. I think each one of those pretty sure each one of these, where is it? There it is. 100,000? Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. This way you can film one at a time. Looks like the water was distributed. You can see. Water made it in. It's cool when you add fertilizer, the plants go from like brown. You can see they're brown and brown here, right? And then they go to green, like in this one. So if we pull forward, watch the plants inside the greenhouse, and go. Point. And there we go. We have strawberries. Now, once the bakery is full of strawberries, we can turn it over to lettuce and, you know, make money that way, I guess, if we really get desperate. There we go. Oh, that's going to be expensive. Okay, the sugar will take care of itself once this harvest comes in. That is 5, 6, 7. That's 3 months away. That's May, June, July, August. Let's check the potatoes. Forgot to look at the growth stage. That is only 5 months away. Okay, so interesting there. 5 months there, and what is the corn? 6 months. Okay, good. Those are not going to be completely the same month. And then this is 5 months. So corn and yeah, this is 5 months, right? Yeah. Corn and I think it was the sugar beets are going to be the same month, but wasn't planned on being the same month. It just is. No, that's 3 months. The corn and the potatoes, I guess, are going to be synced up. But those are two vastly different harvesters, so that doesn't really interfere with anything. That's good. Make sure these are happy. These are going to be 6 months. Hopefully. If I don't mess it up again. I promise nothing. Alright, so as soon as the potatoes are planted, we have an immense amount of stuff going on. Look at that. There's already 100,000 used off of this. Already. Nearly 100,000. It's going to be 100,000 very soon, and we're only this far in. That is like 1, 2. No, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 runs. 100,000 for every 4. So that's 25,000 seed. 25,000 liters of seed per run. Holy cow, that is a lot. It's going to be expensive as hell to finish this field off. I might have to fill these up again. Yeah, this is used slightly over 100,000 liters of seed already. And then this one is probably, when it gets up to the top, because it started later, there's no way that I know of to deliver a vast amount of seed out here. That is amazing. So let's check this one. Yep, 16. So by the time he gets up to the top, he's probably going to be right in line with the other one. Holy cow. Yeah, we're going to need to fill these up again before it gets done. Do the sugar beets take that much too? Or is it just the potatoes that are insane volume? I mean, I could look it up. I could look up in the XML in the map what the liter per meter of seed usage is. Now, normally for like wheat, it is a tiny number. It's like 0.0024 or something like that. It's some weird tiny number, liter per meter. But this one is just crazy high. Yeah, this is going to easily be another 100,000. Wow. Okay. That tells me I need to. If I'm gonna be buzzing by here again. No pun intended, because of the bees. Let me move this trailer set. Because these are kind of right in the way. There. And what do we want to do with this honey? Probably nothing right now. Just, well, yeah, it's not really in the way right there. I kind of pushed it out of the way, so good to go. What's in here? Nothing. Trying to clean it up a little bit around here. Make it easier to navigate. Yeah, that is a extraordinary amount of seed for that. I want to set there we go. Every one of these should have at least one crate out there now, I think. Nope. Yeah. I made them produce a lot slower than they were the first iteration. They just produced way too fast the first time around. And yeah, it doesn't really... There's just no challenge to it. They consumed... Like they had a... I remember the first time through, the numbers were 51 and then 500. And it... Oh my god, did it... It barely used any fertilizer, and it made a million liters of strawberries. I was like, okay, that is way overboard. So I literally decimated it by the truest sense of the word. Decimated. It's 1/10 as good as it was. As far as expansion of the farm, I'm thinking this will be a field here. All this back here. So it would be 5 by 2. Pretty big area there. There'll be a field over here and a field right there and one little one over here. Well, little by whatever. But I want to make sure when I fast forward time, which is the last thing I'll do today during the stream, I want to make sure we have enough money. I mean, 7 million is like, oh, we got plenty of money. It's like, no, I've had a lot of factories going already. I mean, this one has been churning out flour and canola oil all day long. And I can actually redo flour again. So let's do flour. Do that. And that way, that'll load up with flour. I'm trying to fill before I enable some of these crafts, like cake, trying to fill it up with all of the things that it needs, right? So flour, it'll hold 6.5 million liters of flour. That's a lot. Sugar will come when we get through the sugar beets. Milk, that is, I mean, if anything, I'll just buy the milk, but it's going to be several $1 million. Butter is no problem. Strawberry is no problem. Chocolate, again, it comes down to milk, but chocolate is also milk and sugar. So you get a double dose of milk and sugar. But, and I made this recipe not as lucrative, so I lowered the bonuses quite a bit. But it's $163,000 a day to run this. So I want to make sure that we are pumping out the ingredients to keep this going, that we can sell the cake, which will probably be... I'm not going to worry too much about, like, the best month to sell it, right? You know, which is July. But, yeah, maybe. Maybe we can do, you know, selling cake as the last thing or something. All right, this should be full of flour. Good. I need to keep track of these because, good Lord, they're... Are we even half done? We're probably right about half done with the field. My guess is we're about half done. Unreal. That's going to be brutal. Who knew? Who knew planting potatoes was so expensive? The first time that I planted potatoes in a long time, especially on this scale. So let me point out the equipment that we are going to need, because I sold, believe it or not, all the things. I sold the sugar beet harvesters because I tweaked, I found and tweaked and uploaded a mod for harvesting of the things. The Vauxhall KC3 with a 10 million liter volume. Now, amazingly, the amazing thing about this mod, it's not on the mod hub. I had to find it on one of those sites. Mainly for the header, because it's got a super wide header. But amazingly, the default volume for the top tier version was 1 million liters. But amazingly, there was the update mass equals false was not on there. So the thing, if you would have had this thing holding 1 million liters, it would have held 1 million liters, and the weight therein, crazy, like, just crazy, right? I mean, why would you ever do that? $525,000. That's $1 million. And then Tato technology, we have that, which we're going to need, but we need first the beat version. There's the beat version, right? This should, 12.6 meters, 42 meters. This is another thing I edited. It goes faster, right? And we look back at the harvester itself, you can see 49 miles an hour. So the guy who made the mod made the vehicle go really fast, but the headers were not any better than normal average headers as far as speed goes. Where's the other? Oh, it's way over there. These should be super wide. I do like the little icon there. That is cool. Where is the attachment point for those? Oh, I overshot. Oh, this one suffers from the... Okay, let's look at it unfolded. Aha! It breaks time and space, but it works. Now you see why I got it. So braking... Darn. Whoever made this did not... I don't know if he didn't test it or what, but... See, I'm pushing brake, and then it gets to a certain... It gets to a certain speed, and it stops braking. I don't know if the AI is gonna... get upset about that, or what. Whoa. But, I don't know if there's a fix for that. There's no easy fix for it. It comes down to the RPMs and the gear ratios. Is the only way that I've found to fix that. But you can see it's not just about setting the max speed. So it's brake, and then... Oh, I guess that was okay. It's when it's going slow that you don't want it to. Okay, then this one. And then obviously we reuse the harvester itself when we need to do the potatoes. It was one of the reasons I wanted to plant the potatoes, to get more use out of that, justify the price a little bit. There is... Oh, where would that trailer be? There it is. So I think this... Body color, chassis color. This thing should... Oh, blue and red? No, those don't go together. Red... Complementary to red is like orange. No, green. Yellow and blue. Make green, yeah. Oh, jeez. That looks like tinfoil. I think this, we're gonna buy one of these and we're gonna see eventually. This will be Saturday's stream. There is an option when you put material in there, there is an option to turn it into, I think, automatically cut. So we might, I'm not going to sell the Beaverator just yet. We might still need it. But let me hook this thing up and see. Okay, so tip side back. Yeah, tip side sugar beet cutter. Yeah. Open cover, that's fine. What are you supposed to use with these? This tractor, the hitch on this tractor is super low. There's no way to raise it. I don't know what would be a better tractor to use with this. Yeah, it's a good like 6 to 8 inches different. Let's see if this has... It has steering options. Let's unfold it once and see what happens. I don't know if there's a way. Pipe out. Okay, so there's not a way to convert it to cut sugar beets with this. So this one does have that ability to you put sugar beets in, and when you push them out, there's actually an internal converter. The problem here's the problem I was trying to address, because I did this in a test world a while ago. I tried to do sugar beets. The problem was while my harvesters at the time I was using the Colossus ones, and I had those set to hold 5 million liters of sugar beets. Both of them filled up. So I had to use an external vehicle, a giant truck that that stored a whole bunch. The problem I had was then cutting the sugar beets. With the Beaverator, I had the most efficient way of doing it was having the vehicle, the harvester, offload into it directly. But I had, that was okay, but I was limited in speed to the conveyor belt on the beaverator. So there was a massive bottleneck on the conveyor belt speed putting out from the beaverator. Now, the bottleneck was further made worse when I tried to unload the truck that I had the sugar beets in, because I had to unload the truck into a set of conveyor belts, and that was massively limited to the throughput. It was so limited that the beaverator could easily keep up. And it took, in order to empty that truck, it took like 4 hours to empty the truck into the beaverator to cut the sugar beets, and the cut sugar beets to then be offloaded. Because we can offload them into this thing, no problem, right? So, the bottleneck was the conveyor belts. And so with this setup, I'm trying to eliminate that as much as possible. So this thing, when it outputs, it will convert the sugar beets into cut sugar beets at the rate it discharges. Now, I went in and edited it, and so this discharges at a rate of like 125,000 per second, which is way more than the you could do with the beaverator. Way more. So I'm hoping to, be more time efficient, because I know sitting around and watching the beaverator cut sugar beets for 4 hours is not on anyone's to-do list for their content. So trying to be time efficient. I made this thing super expensive. You saw that the upgraded capacity was like $125,000 to upgrade the capacity on that. So I'm trying my best to make it so it's not so cheaty, but also trying to balance the amount of time we're sitting around twiddling our thumbs waiting for that to do something. So, this thing has a capacity of 10 million, which is a lot. Each of these also have that capacity. Now, this field, granted, is relatively small when you compare it to these other ones. God, I hope these guys make it. You never know. You have a little less than 100,000 left. God, it's going to be close, everybody. It's going to be really damn close whether these get done. So, yeah, this little field here is going to get us quite a bit, but not anything compared to one of these big fields. These big fields are crazy on what the yield would be. We would have to buy 2 more harvesters for the middle of the field. Because remember, these are only right about 12 meters wide compared to our grain harvest, which is 60 meters wide. I mean, there's no comparison between the two. Even our corn header is like 18 meters wide. It reminds me I'm gonna need another one of those. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of potatoes. This is going to be a lot of potatoes. We're going to be able to make fries for days, which is one of my top 3 favorite French fries. And then hopefully, 6 months from now, which is May is 5. So it's 11. Well, it's November, which will be the harvest, or should be the harvest, for the grapes, if I don't mess it up again. But yeah, Saturday's stream is going to be quite action packed. We're going to be doing all of the things. The fields are just going to get knocked out one by one as we go, and hopefully be able to buy some more of the map so we can officially have a mega farm on our hands. Mega farm. 98. Oh, it's gonna be so close. I bet you anything we're gonna be either 1 or 2 runs shy. 1 or 2 runs shy. And I don't think the vehicle... I don't think I can fill seeds from the vehicle. From this interface because... Or, this interface. I've never gotten this to work for, like, individual, like, vehicle stuff. Okay, how much do you have left? See, this guy's down to 73. Insane. So what I'm gonna do when this guy gets to the end of the field, he's gonna have about 50, which means he's gonna be able to come down, but probably not back up, because it's about 25,000 per run, and they overlap ever so slightly. It is enough. It's just enough to make the math kind of wonky. But if he gets up to the top of the field and I quickly drive over, get him some more seeds, this guy is definitely going to run out. I mean, he's definitely going to run out. And I'd rather not them run out in the middle of the field, because that would be kind of sad. Oh, it's 6:30 already. Good lord. Yeah, because he's gonna come back, and he'll have 75. He'll have 50,000. Yeah. So. Oh, it's so close. It is so close. But just to be on the safe side, put some more in there. But unfortunately the thing that gives us the seeds is not very fast. And I'm gonna have to fold the damn thing up. Oh, it's just annoying. Let's see how much we have at the end of this row. If it's less than 50, we definitely have to fill it up, because there wouldn't be enough if we go down that side of the field and then back up. It would not be enough. Yeah, it's going to be less than 50. Okay. Come on. Insane. 400,000. This is 809. This is 1 million liters of seeds being put on this field. 1 million liters of seed. Come on. Straighten it out. Okay, let's go to this other one. Yeah, again, if he's less than 50, he will definitely be less than 50 by the time he gets up to this side. Which is why I'm filling the other one up. Wow. When I modded these and I made it make potatoes and I put in 400,000 liters of seed, I had no idea that that was not going to be enough to plant a single field. Well, it's a big field to be sure, but I can't imagine how many potatoes we're going to get out of this field. Because it's a lot. We are going to get an unholy amount of potatoes out of this field. Yeah. 53, 52, 51. It's going to be close. And nope. Okay. So this guy's gonna have to stop, fire, wash, fold. A million liters of seed. How much is in there? Oh, almost full. Excellent. Oh man, amazing. Not a cheap thing to plant, that's for sure, but we should get an unbelievable amount of potatoes from the harvest when the time comes. And higher. Okay, the last little bit is finally good to go. We should. Yeah, this is still a bit left, but do we even do any of these? Have we even produced one crate of strawberries yet? No. Holy crap. Not even one. Very close. Grow! Grow, my pretties. And these guys, they are growing. Well, Oh, that's going to be an expensive plot. We really wanted to min-max this. 6 to 10, 16 to 20 is one field. 3 to 5 down to 23 to 25. This would be another field. Then we could do a super long 1 and 2 all the way down to 41, 42. That whole line would be just this long field going all the way down. Just this massive, massive field rather than having a small one here. Because I've got a small field here if I need a small amount of something. Like I don't even know what we would do. Although we have, okay, yeah. That'd be 1, 2, 3 fields. Possible, certainly possible. And I don't have a smaller. Well, I could buy the 1775 Tato version because I did make a Tato version of that. But I think this one's just gonna have to do. Potatoes. All right. This grape guy, or this raisin guy, is ready to go as soon as our grapes are in. Make us some raisins. Corn, when we get that in finally, the most of that corn is going to go over here. To make cereal. Yeah. Cereal. So we're going to need a bunch of honey. I might want to... Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that beekeeping building. I mean, I know it's super cheaty, but where do we want to put it? That's the question. Where should we put it? Maybe over here by the, putting a bunch of putting a bunch of bees right next to all the sheep or the chickens. Maybe that's not a wise idea, but you know what? I mean, it wouldn't be wise in real life, that's for sure. But I think it would be okay. So production, really want a lot. Where is the bees? Bees. There it is. Jesus. Make the bees happy. Put some flowers in. There we go. Maybe some yellow ones. There. Now the bees will be happy. They got plenty of flowers. Okay. So this, did I don't remember. Oh man, is this gonna break again? Let's save it. I just placed one production line. It should not. Oh, I save it, and then I open it again, and then it auto saves. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, it's broken. So, oh no! You stupid game. Unbelievable. Just the production is all it takes to do that. Unreal. A little bit of script lag is all it takes to royally F the planter. Unbelievable. All right. Well, I'll just have to, when it gets back up to the top, I'll just have to swing it back and go right back down again. Yeah, as you can see, we've almost used another 100,000. Well, we'll have. Well, I don't really know if it's overlapped. If it's not going to use them, that's a good. This is a good test to see get an answer. If it's already planted, does it use seeds to plant it again, or is it smart enough not to do that? I can't believe placing that. Actually, stupid. Nope. Sorry, I didn't mean it. I want to get this done before it. I don't want to have to restart the game again, because I definitely would not be streaming that, but it's so stupid. That is definitely a bug they need to fix. Now, my instinct tells me, knowing what I know about this game, is it's not going to be efficient and just plant over there, which is a huge waste of seeds. Yeah, I think well, I mean, it looks kind of like it's not using them as fast. I mean, it was definitely faster when it was the full width. Yeah, it might actually be smart enough not to waste seeds, which is nice. Okay. So yeah, Saturday will be quite a lot of harvests and field rotations, because we're gonna be covering pretty much the whole enchilada. At least I hope, depending on who shows up. Doing it all myself, that would take some acrobatics. Especially when it comes to the grapes, because that you cannot hire workers for. So stupid. So obviously whatever underlying script system is actually quote unquote planting the ground, essentially setting all the flags on all the squares, not multi-threaded, because the script errors, that the lag that we made by planting or trying to open the menu, that glitch was not having it. What the hell? It doesn't, yeah. It uses fertilizer, but not seeds. Nice. Excellent. All right, that used a little under 100,000. So I'm glad I filled it up because we would not have had enough seed to finish off with what we had. All right, let's go forward just one day, just so we know we were able to fast forward a day, and that was a busy day, everybody. Those are two enormous fields. We used about $450,000 worth of production, which is less than I thought it was going to be, but it is what it is. And yeah, we have ample stuff to do. Like, if we look at this field, we should just be closer. So this is not a big deal. That is not ready to harvest yet. I don't think. It says it's ready to harvest, but we really need it to be the sort of the yellow or green. Let's check the grapes. See if they need anything. Might need to do the mulch. I have no idea. No idea. So, ooh, yeah, look at that, a whole day. And strawberries built up, which is nice. This, look at that. 2 out of 5. Potatoes. Oh, that is going to be a lot of potatoes, everybody. That is a huge field of potatoes. Oh, man. French fry enthusiasts, rejoice. Right. And then the other side corn is fine. We are good to go. And let's check in over here. I don't think these changed much. The sugar beets don't really change much. I mean, they may get a little taller, but not too much. So, all right. Well, that is going to end the stream for today, everybody. Saturday is the day that all of this planting and all of this stuff is going to come to a head, and it's going to be rather expensive to get all this stuff ready to go. Yeah, we're going to have this corn get done, these sugar beets, which is going to be a lot of processing, and then hopefully get to the point of getting all this stuff turned over. Now that we have some practice, depending on who joins, we'll be able to knock this stuff out pretty fast. But yeah, so come by on Saturday for that lovely stream. And yeah, thank you all for coming by, and we'll see you next time.